I actually have a gavel here from when I was president of faculty, so there's our call to order. I'd like to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents workshop regarding a KERS decision, personnel actions, and a discussion regarding board restructuring. The time is 10:03 a.m. The press was notified of the meeting on November 25th, 2020. The Honorable Pam Duncan, KCTCS Interim General Counsel, will serve as parliamentarian. Pam sent you some information about how we will do some of our review and voting and things like that. So we're going to do this without a roll call. I'm going to ask Pam Duncan to please review those members present on the team gallery view and let us know if a quorum is present.
Okay, thank you very much. I see almost everyone except for Barry Martin, Wendy Fletcher. There's Wendy, she is present. Is Barry Martin here? And is Mark Wells? I'm not seeing his camera. Does he have only audio?
I'm here.
Okay, so we have a quorum present. Our only two missing members, or our only missing member is Barry Martin.
Okay, thank you. I would like to introduce Pambidula Gilly or Simon, who is the student government president at Bluegrass. Simon, would you show your camera and your face and just tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
Sure. Can everybody see me and hear me perfectly?
Yes.
My name is Pambidula Gilly Same. Simo is also my name. I am the SGA president, and I go at Bluegrass Community Technical College at Newtown Pike campus. I'm currently like a new student board of Regents representative. I'm so great to be here, and thank you guys for the opportunity.
And I was able, Paul and I were able to do an orientation with him earlier in November, and we're glad that you are with us. Before I turn this over to Vice President Wendell Followell and Jackie Cecil, I'd like to just let you know that much of our meeting today and tomorrow is in response to requests that you all have made as regents. You were very clear about some of the things that you're interested in, some definitions you want more understanding in your conversations with Paul. You've expressed some things that you would like to do. So we've tried to add elements to this meeting that respond to that. I think that this will be very helpful, both today and tomorrow. At the beginning of each Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee meeting, a system-wide personnel report is reported and approved by consent. That report contains collective overviews of employee actions since our last board meeting, who's been hired, how many vacancies there are, who has left, who's been terminated, things like that, who's resigned. And there were some questions about some of the definitions and categories. So we've asked Vice President Wendell Followell and his staff to take this opportunity to take a deeper dive into some of those terms into HR and explain the categories of personnel actions that we regularly see before us in order to better understand the report. Specifically, one of the questions that had come up was that what are the different types of leave? Because there's so many different types of leave that are available. And I know you've seen that in your agenda materials, but we're going to ask Wendell and Jackie to present a discussion for you. Then we'll take questions. Okay. So Wendell or
All right,
Jackie?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to ask Jackie to lead this, but we want to walk you through
a PowerPoint, and then we'll get into a little bit of detail with regard to the types of employment systems we have, because we have 3 different types of KCTCS, University of Kentucky 181A and 151B, other things of that nature. I'm going to ask Jackie Cecil, who is the Assistant Vice President for Human Resources and our Chief Human Resource Officer, to really kind of lead us through that. And we'll get into a little bit of detail. If you have questions, please ask us, because we want you to be knowledgeable of the various types of leave and understand and get your questions answered. And hopefully everybody is comfortable with what we present. So Jackie, if you're with us, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. So the first thing I wanted to talk with you about, we do have 3 different personnel systems under KCTCS, as Vice President Followell mentioned. Of those personnel systems, we have 7,553 employees that make up those systems. Of those employees, we have 3,896 regular full-time employees as of December the 1st. We also have about 3,657 part-time employees. So of those employees, the KCTCS system, we have, once the KCTCS system was created, this is where the bulk of our employees are. We have 3,755 employees that are in the KCTCS personnel system. The University of Kentucky is employees who were hired into the University of Kentucky Community College system prior to the creation of KCTCS, and they did not elect to transfer or opt over into the new KCTCS personnel system. We still have 125 employees that are in that system. That number has dwindled over the years and will continue to with attrition, retirement, so forth. The 18A and 151B personnel system is employees who were employed by the Cabinet for Workforce Development and the Department of Technical Education prior to June 30, 1998. And they did not elect to transfer or opt over into the KCTCS personnel system. At this time, we only have 16 employees left in the 18A and 151B system. Okay. The next slide, if you would, Hannah. The employment categories we have are regular full-time, and that's an employee who works at least 37.5 hours per week or the normal full-time faculty workload. Regular part-time employees are an employee that works less than 37.5 hours per week or an average that is less than the normal full-time faculty workload. We also have temporary full-time employees, and those are employees that are hired on a temporary basis to work 37.5 hours per week or the normal full-time workload for faculty. We have temporary part-time employees, and those are employees that are hired on a temporary basis to work less than the 37.5 hours per week and on an average of less than the normal full-time faculty workload. Any question on those categories? Okay. Next slide, if you would. I want to talk with you a little bit about the leave types that we have. The first one is the bereavement leave. That's available to regular full-time or regular part-time employees for pay, depending on the type of familial relationship they have with the deceased. Now, an employee can have up to 5 working days for attending funeral-related matters in the case of a death of a parent, a spouse, brother, sister, child, grandparents, grandchildren, parents-in-law, and brother-in-law, sister-in-law, and so forth. They can also take up to an additional 2 days extenuating circumstances, such would be something like extensive travel, but it cannot exceed 7 working days. Also available in bereavement leave is 2 working days for the death of an aunt, uncle, niece, or nephew. And again, there is an additional 2 days for extenuating circumstances such as extended travel. The next leave is the community service leave, and that policy was implemented about a year or so ago. And employees can request up to 1 day off each fiscal year with pay to perform community service, and that can be taken in half-day increments. And that's for employees who are going to perform volunteer services for nonprofit organizations that's affiliated with United Way, or an event that's approved by the college president or system office vice president. And it also covers events that the Department of Education might have during the fiscal year. The educational leave is available to regular full-time faculty who will take half-time or more leave with proportional reduction in salary to pursue an advanced degree. Faculty requested educational leave is recommended by the college president and approved by the chancellor. Faculty members are entitled to normal faculty benefits and privileges during the period of temporary change in status. Also, employees are regular full-time and part-time faculty and staff who work 50% or more of a full-time schedule on an annualized basis are entitled to temporary disability, which is sick leave. And it can be used for the serious illness of an immediate family member, including the spouse, a child, a parent, a sibling, or a person for whom this employee is a legal guardian. But faculty cannot use paid sick leave until they have been employed for 3 full months. The next leave is faculty and staff vacation leave, and that's available to any regular full-time and regular part-time faculty and staff. Faculty get 22 days per year at the beginning of the fiscal year. Staff they will accrue their time, and it's 15 days each year during the first 5 years of service and 20 days for 6 years and after. And it's accrued on the 16th of the month. Employees will earn vacation leave based on their position, employment status, regular, full-time or part-time, the time worked, and the personnel system. Vacation leave does require the approval of the employee's supervisor. Family medical leave, this is a federal law. Employees are provided with unpaid job protective leave for certain conditions, and those are in accordance with the Family Medical Leave Act, which was established in 1993. Now, employees who've worked a minimum of 12 months within the last 7 years and have worked at least 1,250 hours during the 12 calendar months preceding the request can request FML for a serious health condition involving the employee or a qualified family member, such as a child, a spouse, parent, for such reasons as the childbirth, care for a spouse, son, daughter, parent that has a serious health condition, and also, of course, the employee's own serious health condition that renders them unable to perform their job. Next slide. All eligible employees are entitled to holiday pay for KCTCS officially designated holidays. The holidays include Martin Luther King Day, President's Day, Good Friday as a half day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Presidential Election Day, Thanksgiving Day, the day after Thanksgiving, and then institutional closing, which is a couple of weeks. The next leave is a sabbatical leave. Faculty members are eligible for leaves of the absence that provide opportunities for study, research, creative effort, improvement of teaching capabilities, and related travel. Faculty are eligible after 6 years of continuous service for 1 year's leave at 1/2 salary or 6 months leave at full salary. After 3 years of continuous service, faculty may apply for a 6-month leave at 1/2 salary, and it's called a mini sabbatical. The leave is recommended by the college president or CEO, and then the chancellor will approve that particular leave. The next leave is our military leave of absence. That is not to exceed 10 working days for regular employees who serve in the military or the National Guard. This leave is requested and approved by the supervisor during each federal fiscal year, October 1st to September 30. Political leave is the next leave we're looking at, and that's leave of absence without pay, subject to approval for the duration of an election campaign or a term of public office. The employee must request this in writing in a timely manner, and it has to be for a reasonable period of time. The next slide, please.
I think,
Jackie? Yeah.
Regent Stevens has his hand.
Yes, I have a question in reference to the military leave. Have we had, are you aware, have we had anybody called to from the National Guard active duty by the governor during this period?
Yes, I'm aware of one, and within my unit, within Veterans Administration, we had a person called up to serve in Louisville for about a week.
I think
are those people still, I know that may exceed the number of days, window of the 10 days or so are those people still compensated on their regular pay if they are extended for, like in the case of a national emergency, for say 20 days or 30 days? Are they still paid their regular salary plus their military?
Defer to Jackie on that one.
The only number of days that they would be paid for, Mr. Stevens, is the 10 working days. There's not anything beyond that at this point. Pam?
Is that an option, Wendell, that we could look at? Because I know that in some cases, is that a decision by the employer that can be looked at?
Yeah, we can look at.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to interject that beyond that 10 days, then a federal act called USERRA would kick in. And they are actually put on active duty at that time. And so once they are beyond that 10 days, they will be paid by the military only, but they will be promised their job back, or a job with the same rate of pay and the same benefits when they come back. So there's a shift in the pay after that period of time.
Yes, I am aware of those as a retired military person, but I also know that certain it is the prerogative of the employer to pay those people not only their regular pay from the institution plus the military if they have called active duty for an emergency. So I just would throw that out for us, something, Wendell, maybe to look at in the future, because these people certainly have been need to be rewarded for serving in the military, whether it be the Army Reserve and National Guard. Thank you.
Yeah, James Lee, this is Paul. We'll for sure look into that.
Thank you.
Angela?
I just wanted to second that. I think if we could extend beyond 10 days, particularly in times when people get, personally, I know someone at our college that was deployed and went to Afghanistan years ago. And of course, he came back to his same job, but I don't even know if his rate of compensation was the same. I don't have knowledge of that, but it would be nice if we supplemented that in some way.
I think that I think Dr. Zarapata has heard that, and Wendell, so we'll ask you to put that on your tickler and your research to figure that one out. Thank you. Mark Wells, I see your hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of thirding that too, and just because, again, we do have some employees within the system that have full-time jobs on the side and are working full-time for KCTCS.
Wow. Okay, Tammy?
I just want to reiterate that I think that it's important to support our veterans in the best way possible that we can as a system.
Okay. So just to clarify from what Pam Duncan said, when these people are given 10 days paid leave, then after the 10th working day, they become full-time, whatever branch they're in, and they are paid at that full-time rate. Is that correct?
That is generally what happens. The orders generally are called to active duty. And so at that point, our leave is considered kind of a stopgap, or for those who have are not necessarily called to active duty, but are on maneuvers or their 2-week annual training. So that's kind of what our leave was intended to apply to, was the 2-week annual training for most Guard. But I think what Regent Stevens is referring to is when they're called to active duty, should we continue to pay at that point? And that, I think, is what Dr. Zarapata would like to look into. Do we continue to pay? Once they're called to active duty, then a federal law called USERRA kicks in, and we have certain requirements under that law.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just say, as a small business owner or co-owner, the hardship on small businesses, and KCTCS is not a small business, of paying, how do you fund that when you have to hire other people? So that how do you find the resources to continue? That's one of the issues I know that we face in Western Kentucky. It's from the business standpoint. So it's a complicated issue. So I'm sure Paul and Wendell and Jackie can work with Pam on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that what I was trying to get to is there is a difference. If there's an all-out haul-up across the nation, I don't expect KCTCS to pay for somebody that's been sent to Afghanistan for a year, 2 years, or something like that. What I was referring to in these state of emergencies by the governor, especially if we have medical people in KCTCS and are also in the National Guard that may be called to active duty for a period of 20, 30, 40 days. And some of those people may make a lot more in KCTCS than they're making in the National Guard or Reserve. So I think that I would appreciate Paul's comment and just look at that and see what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I see any more hands? It's a little bit hard on my screen I know I miss people sometimes. Okay. Wendell or Jackie, would you continue?
Back to you. I still see a few hands up. So if you've got your hands up and you don't have a question, I'd ask you to take those down, and then I'll go back to Jackie.
Okay.
Okay, hearing no questions, we'll move on to scholarly fellowship leave. And this particular leave allows a faculty member to pursue a program of research that isn't funded by KCTCS. The faculty scholarship leave is recommended by the college president and approved by the chancellor. The faculty member will be entitled to their normal faculty benefits and privileges during the period of temporary change in status. This type of leave may be granted for a faculty member who will be doing research outside with an outside entity. Special or other leave, employees who have exhausted all applicable and available leaves.
Damon Allen has his hand up.
Okay.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you, Jackie. Just when you cover the scholarly fellowship leave, I think that provides even more impetus for Regent Stevens' point, which is a faculty member chooses to go on scholarship leave. As a veteran, I can tell you, we don't choose when and where we get activated. We belong to the government. So I think there should be some more of a level playing field, if you will, between those two. I mean, if they're getting partial pay, I'd love to see our military get some kind of compensation as well.
Thank you.
Other questions before we move on? Okay, hearing none. Our special and other leave is for employees.
Second, Tammy, is your hand up?
Yes, the scholarly fellowship, I know that it's not funded by KCTCS partial, but then there's also the sabbatical leave. I'm just wondering how come, is it because this one isn't necessarily funded by KCTCS versus the sabbatical?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, back to the special leave. That's for employees who have exhausted all of their leave, and they can be available for special leave, and that could be with or without pay, depending on the reason that the leave is being requested. Special leave could include reasons as extended personal illness, necessary additional education, care of immediate family members like child, a spouse, a parent, or attending professional meetings. If the leave meets eligible criteria, the leave will run concurrent with family medical leave. Terminal vacation pay, and that's leave that's paid to employees who are eligible and separate in good standing, and the amount of leave with pay will be subject. The amount of terminal vacation leave payout will be subject to the type of personnel system that the employee falls under and or their contract. So, for example, KCTCS and UK personnel system employees, if a faculty member has unused vacation leave, it's limited to a maximum of 22 days payout. That's the annual amount that they can get within a year. They get 165 hours or 22 days. With staff, they can be paid out for a maximum of 1 year's worth of vacation accrual. And again, that's going to be depending on the amount of time that they have been with KCTCS.
And Jackie, you have Regent Foltz, and I think Regent Thompson previously had her hand up.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to say something about the vacation leave. When you talked about the faculty vacation on the slide where it said we get 22 days, that is a use it or lose it thing. It resets to 22 at the fiscal year turns over. So if we don't use all of our vacation, we lose it. And I realize that's why the 22 days is maximum buyout, but that is something that becomes quite challenging. Quite honestly, a lot of faculty end up donating vacation days at the end of the year because they don't take all their vacation, and we do not get to accrue sick days. So I think that would be something else I would kind of like us to look at. Faculty can only accrue up to 22. So a person on their terminal year of employment and they're getting ready to retire, that is their maximum buyout, where staff has a year. And a little more equity on that might be beneficial, because, you know, routinely you have faculty that donate vacation.
Right. Okay.
I just wanted to make that clear that we cannot accrue past 22 ever.
Right. Okay. Tammy?
Tammy, did you have a question?
I'm sorry. So, Angela, when you say donate, what do you mean by donating? Where do you donate those days to?
We're just donating them for work we would have been paid for if we've been on vacation. They just go away. We're working days that we could have taken off on vacation and we couldn't because we had work to do.
And that would be something for us to look at, how other universities, in the state universities practice that. I know in our institution, we don't have vacation days. We just don't, so if you teach, you teach. If you're off, you're off, but we don't have vacation days.
Well,
So-
the way we work, particularly in Maysville, like most universities, faculty follow the academic calendar, but we have to turn in vacation days if we are not on campus physically during spring break or fall break. We have to turn those in the week after finals, but before institutional closing. You know, and sometimes there's just work that has to be done. We cannot take vacation when classes are in session unless you get some sort of special permission. I know as a division chair, I don't approve vacation when classes are in session. So there's only certain times you can actually take that vacation. So, you know, and we were actually this past, you know, May required to work so many days for advising. So getting that vacation taken is, I don't want to say it's challenging, but it's something that's not always possible given the fact that we have, you know, grade responsibilities and advising responsibilities. But we don't accrue it. We don't accrue it. We lose it if we do not take it, and we do not accrue sick days also. So there's no sick days that we accrue either. I just wanted to make that kind of clear, because when you tell people you don't accrue sick days, most people are kind of confused how that works, particularly for faculty.
Thank you for, we've got more notes. I'm taking lots of notes too. All right, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay. If we could move on to the unauthorized absences or leaves. And that occurs when an employee is absent from work without adequate notice to and advance approval from the employee's supervisor. Employees who are on an unauthorized absence may be subject to loss of pay and or disciplinary action up to non-renewal of a contract or termination of employment. A lot of times we look at that as job abandonment. The unpaid medical leave of absence, that's leave without pay for employees who exhaust their disability or sick leave and or their vacation leave. Any unpaid medical leave of absence must be approved by the college president or the appropriate cabinet level official at the system office. Employee may be initially granted up to 90 calendar days, and if necessary, extensions may be granted in 30-day increments up to a total maximum of 1 year. Approval is at the discretion of the college president, CEO, or the appropriate cabinet level official at system office. Employees are actually required to give as much notice as possible if there is a need for an unpaid medical leave of absence. KCTCS usually we try to hold the position open to allow the employee to return to that position or a similar position for which they may be qualified. And typically this kind of leave is for employees whose illness requires an extended period of recovery. The next leave is voting leave. That's leave for employees who are unable to vote during regular off-duty hours and may be granted leave to vote during their work hours. Employees would submit a request to their supervisor at least one working day in advance of the election. And if it is determined that voting cannot be accomplished in off-duty hours, then the employee would be granted time off with pay on election day not to exceed 2 hours. Okay, that covers all of our leave times. So are there any additional questions?
Regent Damaris had her hand up.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. I was just kind of waiting to the end. So if you'll bear with me.
Sure.
In each of these different leaves, how does the credit for service work? For example, if I'm on a sabbatical or if I'm on one of the other research opportunity leaves, things like that, am I still accruing my years of service in terms of length of employment, in terms of eligibility for pension, that kind of thing?
Yes, you still are getting service credit even though you're on a sabbatical or education leave or scholarly fellowship leave.
And is that regardless of whether that leave is paid or not paid?
Yes.
Okay, that was my first question. My second question was, I didn't see specifically spelled out jury duty. How does that work? Having
Jury,
been a person who was called to it, and let me tell you, I had a 3-month obligation for jury duty.
jury duty is, the employee will submit their call to duty. They submit that to the supervisor, and it is paid leave.
It is paid, okay. Yeah, because you don't get paid very much for doing that. Believe me.
And we even have to keep the 1252, Lisa.
Yeah, it's like $10.
Yeah.
The other question, before I ask my final question, I just have one more question. I also wanted to sort of join in on the conversation regarding Regent Stevens' original questions about military personnel. Many of you know that one of my children is a reservist and is currently on active duty, and she is deployed overseas. And, you know, while they are called up, just as Regent Allen said, there's no choice. You're just told, here's where you're going and here's what you're going to do. And you don't even get very much notice, honestly, on a lot of that. I do think that it does behoove us to take a look at the compensation piece of that model, because military folks are compensated based upon their level and whatever force that they're in and all of that. But if they are honestly losing money through not their own choice, that they have to leave their job and they do their service, I think some kind of compensation, it doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, have to be paying them their full-time KCTCS salary, but some kind of, you know, differential equation that says, you know, if you normally make $50,000 a year and the military is paying you 20, you know, what are we doing with the other 30,000? That kind of thing. I want to echo my support, as have others, for some consideration in that. The final thing I wanted to ask about is there are a lot of different types of leaves, and typically when you have this many different categories, it's because somebody has come to HR and said, I need a leave because, right? And then there's a reason. And so you create a category of leave. However, in the past, probably 10 plus years, many folks, particularly in the private industry, have gone to the concept of PTO, paid time off. Here are your numbers. Here's your days. I don't care how you use them. I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if you're on vacation. I don't care if you're doing civic duty. I don't care what you're doing. Just here's your paid time off. Has that, I guess maybe my question is for Jackie, has that come up as a discussion item at all with the colleges? Has anybody thought about a PTO model which may in fact be administratively less burdensome to the HR folks?
Yes, they have, Lisa. That's been discussed, but there's never been any movement on it. I guess a couple of things. The policies that we have now are obviously much more liberal, and yes, they are cumbersome for us to manage in the HR world, but that's where we are. But there's been no movement as far as moving to just simply paid time off.
I would add too, this is Wendell, that some of these leaves we inherited, and just as we still have certain categories of personnel such as UK and 18A and 151B, those individuals are guaranteed those. That's not to say that we couldn't do kind of like what we're going to talk about here with KERS a little later, where we could end and maybe look at paid time leave, types of paid leave time that could be used differently, but many of these things are grandfathered in when the individuals came over, statutory implications.
Yeah, I'll put this out there too. This is Paul. Just because I know, because I worked on the HR IT system side of the house to my knowledge, we haven't added any new leave like since 2001. So it's been a long time. I also wanted to make the comment, if any of you know of any organizations or universities or colleges that have some policies related to military and those called to active duty for supplementing pay, please let us know. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Those were all of my questions, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
I see Karen's hand up.
Hi, just a quick question. Will this material that's been presented, will that continue to be available through Onboard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we have that presentation as a PowerPoint
Yes.
that we can download. This has been so interesting, and the fact that they haven't been updated, as we're finding, General Counsel has a lot of opportunity in looking at all these different policies and categories.
Chair Henson, Regent Fletcher has her hand up.
Oh, okay. I see Wendy and then Angela.
Thank you, Chair Henson. And that was going to be my next comment, that maybe we haven't added any since 2001, but have we taken any away as well? I don't know if it's within the purview of the board. If so, I would really like to see the Finance and Human Resources Committee take this up as an agenda item to consider whether or not we should roll these leaves. If there isn't anything that statutorily requires us to keep all of these different types, I would ask that we be given a list of how many employees are affected and when a sunset date for any of those that were grandfathered might actually occur. I think that would be helpful for the board to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela? I'm sorry. Yeah, Angela.
I just wanted to suggest, since we brought up several different topics during this presentation, can we have a follow-up on everything that's been discussed at the next board meeting, so we don't, let it fall off the grid?
I think that's a really good idea. One of the discussion items that we're going to be having later on with Council Duncan will be kind of an overall review, and that is scheduled for our March meeting. So I think that this is part of the discussion that will be scheduled for March and continuing on, because it's going to take a long time to flesh out all of these different categories and all the policies. So we do have a timetable, and Pam will talk more about that in her presentation. And certainly, because we were merged with another system and we have that, I think there's a lot of education that we've had today. Are there any more questions for the good of the whole? Because I'm missing some of the hands just because of my screen. Damon Allen.
Alan has had his hand.
I'm sorry.
And Jackie, you may have mentioned this. I wasn't sure if I heard it or not, but could you just a quick 2-minute coverage or less of the maternity paternity leave policy?
Good.
The what?
Maternity and paternity leave.
The maternity leave policy, I think we have, don't have it in front of me. I don't think we covered that in here, but the family medical leave policy, is that what you're really referring to?
Well, no, what I'm wondering is what our policy is for expectant mothers and expectant fathers.
Okay, those things would be covered under our family medical leave. So if we want to look at there's a slide that's under the family medical leave. Those are the first 12 months following the birth of an employee's child and the care for the child. So those things are covered under our family medical leave.
So under the family medical leave, I think I'm trying to scroll. I think the slide said it was unpaid leave.
It is, but they can actually use their leave, accrued leave for that.
So an individual, if they had accrued sick time, and sick time accrues for staff indefinitely, they would be able to use that towards that. Same thing, vacation time. If they have that vacation time, they could use it as well.
Okay, and that would apply to both the mothers and the fathers, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I do think that that's helpful to raise, Damon, because I know where I work, there was no maternity or paternity leave at all. And people would, they could do their FMLA unpaid, but like for faculty who had a baby in the middle of the semester, there was no provision really. So people just jumped in and taught their classes for them. So now that has been addressed. I know some businesses are, addressing maternity and paternity leave, but again, there's a cost to it. I don't know about your organization, if you have a policy on maternity and paternity leave. You're saying yes?
Yes, ma'am, we do, but since it's been 18 years since I've had a kid, I'm sure it's changed. But I'm happy to take a look at it and circle back with any advice or guidance.
Okay, thank you. Tammy Thompson?
Yeah, I mean, I too have not, it's been a while since I've had kids, but I remember that I used my vacation time. I made sure that I had enough time. One time I took 2 weeks or 6 weeks, and one time I took 12. I accrued my vacation time. Is that what you're talking about? Was that still part of family medical leave? Because I used that time for vacation.
Yes, family medical leave is actually unpaid, but then you would have to use any accrued leave such as sick or vacation time to cover your wages.
Angela, did you have your hand up?
Yes. So I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. So as it affects faculty, because we don't have a certain number of sick days, we can't accrue more than 22 vacation days ever. Do they move immediately into family medical leave if there's a paternity or maternity issue, which would be unpaid?
They would go into unpaid leave, but the other piece is that they could be granted special leave under that policy.
Okay, so the recommendation would be get a special leave and not family medical leave, which would be unpaid.
Well,
right?
That's true. Okay. Special leave can be paid or unpaid. But
right. I just wanted to make sure, because it seems like, forcing somebody into unpaid maternity or paternity situation is a little harsh.
Right. So let me, if I could just clarify FML versus whether the leave is paid or unpaid, et cetera. FML is a protective statute, so it's a job protection statute. So regardless of whether it's paid or unpaid, if you qualify for it, if there is an eligible qualifying medical reason for it, pregnancy, whatever the medical reason might be, an employee benefits by being under FML because it protects their job, so that it's not considered to be unauthorized leave. So that's why FML is really important, whether it's paid or unpaid. Now, the other leaves kick in to determine whether it would be paid or unpaid at a certain time. And another thing that I don't think that Jackie has mentioned is that we do have a sick leave sharing program where if somebody actually would be moving into an unpaid status, they can request to have sick leave sharing. And people, if they qualify for donating that sick leave, would be able to donate that to someone who does not have sufficient leave to cover their time.
Thank you. I think I see Barry Martin, then Wendy Fletcher. Barry?
Go ahead, Wendy.
Oh,
I
couldn't.
Mannerly.
I was just going to say, and I thank Pam for that clarification. Most places are not, that I'm aware of, are not giving a separate paternity leave. The FMLA would cover that. One of the things that I think would be helpful for employees to know, and this is coming from the healthcare provider in me, a lot of people will come to me as their primary care provider and ask me to fill out FMLA paperwork for them. Now, paternity and maternity leaves are usually not an issue because of policies in place, but a lot of folks will come in and ask for us to do intermittent leaves or give them time off. I think it's important for onboarding and orientation with new employees that they understand that, you know, what actually qualifies for FMLA, because it really, as a healthcare provider, puts us sometimes in a bad spot when we say, I can't give you intermittent FMLA because, you know, you decide that every Friday you want a mental health day, for example. So I was just going to throw that out there. I'll say that with the paternity leave issue, I would love to entertain us being able to provide paternity and maternity leave, paid leave for folks. But again, I think having a good, solid PTO policy would cover a lot of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Barry?
Yeah, I was just going to say that we kind of have a similar plan where you can accrue up to 200 hours for sick and vacation, both. And then if you have an extended illness or maternity or paternity leave, you could take that time off for that. And Pam's right, as far as the FMLA, it's just a protective option, not a type of leave. But I'm seeing more and more people go to just a straight PTO and give you a lump sum and allow you to take it however you want. And because in some cases, sick can only be taken, like in our organization, you can only take sick leave for immediate family members. You know, you couldn't take off to take care of an aunt or an uncle or whatever. With PTO, you can take it off for whatever reason, as long as it's approved.
Thank you. That's a new concept to me. So I know those of you in HR are familiar with that, but certainly we're in a new world. Angela, did you have your hand up again?
Yes, that PTO model, I know some of the public schools use them as personal days, is what they're called. So you can basically take them upon approval for any reason you like, but they're personal days is what a lot of public school teachers refer to them as. And they're very popular from what I gather, because, you know, things come up and you really need that, whether it is going to be vacation, sick, or just some business you need to take care of. But the other thing I wanted to mention about maternity and paternity, you know, faculty, again, because I've said it a couple of times, we don't get sick days. So having some provision for us that doesn't just kick into, you know, special leave that has to be requested, PTO would really take care of that. So I think I'm a fan of that discussion.
Okay. Lisa? Lisa?
I just want to say I'm kind of glad I brought up PTO a little while ago, because I think I've got some folks who sound like they're pretty interested in it. You know, it definitely is a concept that's quite popular these days, particularly in the for-profit industry, and also quite popular with millennials and the other generation, whatever they're called, XYZ, after millennials. So, you know, the thing is, the reality is, if you want to have cable installed at your house, you have to sit there for 4 hours until the cable guy shows up. I think PTO is a really nice way to use your time in a way that you need to use it. Calling in sick or telling my employer I'm sick, because really what I need to do is sit at home and wait for the cable guy for 4 hours, just doesn't seem honest to me. You know, it seems kind of dishonest and not something I would feel comfortable doing, and I'm sure other people wouldn't feel that way as well. So yeah, it sounds to me like there's some some folks who are experienced with PTO, paid time off, some people who are not, some people who are for it, some people who are curious about it. And perhaps it is something, Chair Henson, as you said, as we continue to move through looking at deeply at these policies, these leave categories, probably something we should take some time to look at. So thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Thompson.
Yeah, I'm interested, you know, the more talk that we do, it seems that it will provide a little bit more, it will provide more equity between faculty and staff. It seems unfair that faculty can't, you know, only has those 22 days and they can't accrue. And if they are going to have a baby, then they have to figure out what to do or not get paid. And I think this other option makes it a little bit more equitable.
One of the problems that I found when I was running a department and having faculty who were gone is there's no provision in most colleges for substitutes. In a public K-12 school, you know, you have a pool of money for substitute teachers. So if somebody's sick, there's no substitutes in colleges. So that's one thing that is part of the discussion with, you know, people do get sick, but we don't have substitutes. We had to, and now with things going online, it's easier. But I know for 6 weeks I taught somebody else's class because she was in the hospital and didn't get compensated for it. But that's just how it was. Angela, you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to just echo what you say, Gail. We don't get substitutes, but routinely other faculty will cover courses. And that happens when people are out sick, but it also happens, you know, of course, we don't take vacation when classes are in session, but it happens when faculty get sick, other faculty just cover for them. And we've also done that with maternity and paternity issues.
Wendell? Thank you, Angela. Wendell?
Yes, Chair Henson, I don't want to cut off the discussion, but also know that we've got some timelines, and the next item we're going to talk about is a pretty big one too.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute bio break and then we'll come back, okay?
All right, sounds great.
All right, so we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Regents would show their videos so that we can make sure everyone has returned. I think Lisa is still missing. I see Simon. I have a few still to return.
Okay.
Pam, Lisa is the only one not showing.
I think we could proceed. She is present, so to speak, and so I think once, since we're in workshop, we can go ahead and proceed if you would like.
Okay. Before we move on into this topic, I'd like to make a few points. This recommendation is being made to the board after months of meticulous research and very intensive research to stay in the KERS system, the retirement system. This decision is one that we expected to have to be made earlier, but that was pushed back in April 2020. Now, decision about KCTCS staying in or opting out must be made before January 1st, 2021. The Board of Regents received this information regarding the recommendation before Thanksgiving in order to review the PowerPoint and all the information. Also have time to address any of the questions or concerns. Vice President Followell, as I understand, has addressed numerous questions and concerns from the Regents since this presentation went out. He will walk us through the presentation, however, to ensure everyone understands what is being recommended and why. This is a discussion and presentation only. The action will be take place in the Finance Committee later on today. The Finance Committee will vote on the resolution, and that will come to the full board tomorrow. So I urge you to listen and engage, and if you have any further questions that you didn't ask already, please do. So President Zarapata and Vice President Followell, would you please proceed? Thank you.
Yeah, before I turn it over to Wendell, I just want to, first of all, thank all of you for taking the time to review this. There's been a lot of thoughtful questions. And I also want to thank Wendell and his staff because this has taken hundreds of hours of time to put all of this research together. And it's a really meaty topic, but Wendell, take it away.
All right, I want to recognize a few people before we get started that we had quite a bit of help, some things. One, I want to recognize Buddy Combs, who's our Assistant Vice President for Financial Services, David Atkins, who's Assistant Vice President for Accounting and Treasury, and then also Tom Howard and Brett Adel from Commonwealth Economics, who've reviewed the numbers and worked with us and helped us pull this presentation. And quite frankly, not just the presentation, but there's a workbook that we have that we've put together that have over 20 spreadsheets that are hundreds of lines deep and tens of columns wide that are linked together that literally look at about every scenario and build a model that we've created. And we're very proud of their work and their help with us. So with that, let me give you a little bit of background before we step into it. You may recall on March the 12th earlier this year, we gave an update at that time what we knew about the legislation regarding possible options with the employee retirement system. And then prior to that, we gave a year ago, on December the 6th, 2019, a review of House Bill 1 that presented House Bill 1 that was special legislation to approve relief for the quasi-agencies to exit KERS in order to reduce future costs. The quasi-agency is a non-state government agency that participate in KERS. Examples include local health departments, state universities, and KCTCS. At the time that we reviewed those back in July of 19, we had over 400 employees. With the legislation that House Bill 1, that allowed state quasi-agencies, if you will, quasi-governmental agencies to opt out. Why? And largely because the contribution rates in KERS have just increased astronomically over the years. For example, back in 2000, 20 years ago, the rate for KERS for the employer rate was 5.89. The proposed rate and current rate for state government, we're at the 49.47 this year, but the proposed rate for 21-22 that was approved currently with this budget is 93.16%. How did this happen? State government obviously has reduced its number of employees due to budget constraints over the years. The number of employees in KRS and covered payroll have decreased, leaving the number of employees actually paying into KRS less. In turn, this has resulted in ever-increasing contribution rates to sustain the outflow of monies for retirees and future projected costs for retirees. This situation, plus questionable investments, actuarial assumptions, et cetera, have led members of KERS, including quasi-governmental agencies, of which KCTCS is one, to face ever-mounting contribution costs. For example, for fiscal year 2021, the current year we're in, for the 392 employees that we started with in July, we have budgeted $9.5 million solely for KERS contributions. If you will, scroll forward. All right, before we review and get into the nitty gritty, I want to, all the analysis, let's briefly review how we got to where we are. All right, scroll forward, please. Here is our recommendation on some things. We believe if you look at what it cost us, and these are just the financial implications. There's other considerations to be discussed, and we'll talk about those. But participation in KRS to continue, we believe will be $156 million when you look at the cost for paying the contributions based upon a number of assumptions, and we'll go through the model with that. In addition to backfilling with employees under 403B plan. The hard option freeze that was granted under House Bill 1 and then subsequently under Senate Bill 249, we believe estimated $211 million. The option of hard freeze installments at $267 million. Option 4, a soft freeze lump sum, which I believe this is what NKU voted for yesterday. Regent Damaris may know more. I know her husband's also on that board. And then a soft freeze installments at $340 million. Under these scenarios, KCTCS, under all of the House Bill 1 options, the Senate Bill 249 options, if you will, number options 2, 3, 4, and 5, KCTCS is fully out. The difference in these options is whether hard freeze or soft freeze is the type, how the employees are affected, whether they're totally left and get out under a hard freeze type situation, or whether in the options 3 and 4, or 4 and 5, rather, they would tier 1, tier 2 type employees would stay in. In tier 1, tier 2, those are KERS employees, depending on the time they came into the KERS system. So for tier 1, it refers to employees that were hired prior to September 1, 2008. Tier 2 is employees that refers to employees that were hired from September 1, 2008 to December 31, 2013. There's also a tier 3, but we do not have any tier 3 employees as KCTCS limited our participation going forward in KERS. So as the census date, we had of that, when we look back at June 30, 2020, we had 243, 2019, 243 in tier 1 and 190 in tier 2. As of December the 1st, as of a couple of days ago, we had 225 in tier 1 and 160 in tier 2. So that number's dropped down to 385. If you would scroll forward. All right, the rationale for the recommendations. We're going to give a little bit background and timeline, turnover, cost, our assumptions, analysis we did in building our model, the cessation considerations, important considerations beyond just the financial ones, and then questions. First, we want you to have a good understanding of the many factors that play into this decision, and we'll go through the items above. Our goal is to provide you with the best information for you to make the best possible informed decision. All right, scrolling forward, Anna. All right, payment of the liability on KERS can be installments up to a 30-year or can be a lump sum. The financial calculations are based upon unfunded liability as of June 30, 2021. 6-7 months from now is when that liability will actually be calculated. That's the new cessation date per House Bill, or excuse me, Senate Bill 249. The preliminary estimates received January 2020 are based upon a year ago numbers, June 30, 2019, and that at that time was 126.2 million in a lump sum payment that would be due now on June 30, 2021. Everything would be rolled forward. We won't know the actual numbers until probably January or February of early 2022. That being said, you see on the screen there when the initial House Bill 1 was approved in July 2019 and signed into law by Governor Bevin. And then, as I mentioned, it applies to the quasi-governmental entities that fall under KERS, non-hazardous. And in order to get out, the employer has to provide a defined contribution employer, which we do. We have a 403B plan that we already provide for all other KCTCS employees. And they had to pay, or they will have to pay, KCTCS would have to pay its unfunded share of that pension liability. And if we opt out, that would be effective. Initially was in June of 30 of 2020. That has now been scrolled forward, and we had to make a decision back in April. So that's background. Senate Bill 249 changed that. If you'll scroll forward. All right, and just a brief discussion, Senate Bill 249, that was approved the 2020 session. That moved everything forward for those quasi-governmental entities. For higher education, it moved things forward for 8 months. So we have to make a decision moved it from April 1 to January 1, 2021. For the quasis, they got a full year to decide. So if you make a decision, whatever decision that the board makes tomorrow, whether stay in or exit, if it were to exit, then that decision really will be effective as of June 30, 2021. And we would not know what the amounts would be in final until sometime in early 2022. Again, the same type of things. We'd have to have alternative 403B plan, and we would have to determine how we would pay out the unfunded liability. And depending on the types of liability that we would do, carrying cost for that time. So if the board, if you all vote tomorrow that we would get out, we would have carrying costs if we do not pay the full unfunded liability come July 1, 2021. And the liability would have to be paid in full by June 30, 2022. Currently, as the legislation, that the rate for any unfunded liability would accrue at a 5.25%. That's roughly just short of $600,000 a month. And we'll talk about that, about why we would want to do certain things if the board were to decide to get out, how we would propose to sell bonds and do things of that nature. Scroll forward, please. Just a brief overview. This is the timeline that we had when we had the workshop back in March. We were looking at various things related to legislation. House Bill 352, which is the budget bill, items of there. April 15th, Senate Bill 249 was passed. And then we've been monitoring, kind of doing some things, seeing how all of this affects us after that legislation. And here we are today in December, basically looking at a decision of which, whatever decision the board decides, then we would need to notify employees with regard to what the board's decision is. Go forward, please. Rationale for staying in, as you saw initially, it is simply we believe the least expensive, has long-term savings. The population within KCTCS is small and getting smaller. We have 385 employees that are in KERS as of December the 1st. So the payback period, as you'll see as we go through, will be shorter, we believe, versus 20 years. We believe it'll be significantly shorter. Also, there could be budgetary relief, because any type of relief that other quasi institutions or other state government agencies may get, we would also potentially be affected within that legislation as well. The employer commitment to our KERS benefit plan, employees, those employees who would not have 20 years would be affected in a sense that they would not get the supplemental health that is provided with KERS. Those that, if they didn't reach their full retirement, will also be affected by that, and just the overall morale within KCTCS as an organization. All right, are there any questions before we move on? All right, let's look at our employee numbers, our costs, and our turnover. Go forward, please. All right, as of 2019, we had 433 employees. That decreased as to July 1, 2020, down to 392. And while this presentation was sent to you on November the 1st at 385, that has not changed. It's still 385 as of December 1st. However, I am aware of at least one, if not more, employees that are in KERS that will retire. Often employees within KERS will retire either like at December 31 or June 30 or on the quarter. That being said, we budgeted, I mentioned earlier, $9.5 million at the 49.47% contribution rate for this fiscal year. As of June 30, 2019, and these are using some of the numbers also that the KERS, their actuaries, Gabriel Roller Smith Retirement Consulting, used. That rate they recommended at 93.01 when we had the conversation about a year ago as to the rate going to 83.43. They actually recommended 93.01. House Bill 352 with the committee substitute amended that amount to 93.16. If you're in state government today, you're paying the 93.16. That reprieve that we got expires as of June 30 this fiscal year. As of December the 1st, I mentioned earlier, we have 225 in Tier 1, 160 in Tier 2. Average salary of our employee in KERS, and this is as of a couple months ago, but as of October, was $44,079. We've got people make as minimum of around $20,000, and we've got people pay as maximum of 123 or so. All right, if you want to scroll forward, please. All right, a note on our employee plans and retirement plans. We did a bunch of calculations looking over the last 6 years, and our average turnover rate is about 11.8% that we've experienced since 2013, whenever the board made the very smart move at this point, I believe, to limit entry into KE and KTRS. We also believe that we will have, based upon this turnover rate, a 53% decrease by the end of fiscal year 2027. That turnover rate equates to roughly 208 employees, plus or minus, that will have retired or left KCTCS by the end of 2027. So out of the 385 we have today, we believe roughly over 200 of those will retire within the next 7 years. And we believe this based upon our model. And if you'll scroll forward, what we've done is calculated this using our 6-year turnover rate. Scroll up just a hair, Hannah, so that they can see. Basically, at the point here, you'll see that of the 300 plus employees we have, we believe as they continue to drop off at that 11.8 or almost 12% per year. And I want to point out, because Regent Damaris and I had a conversation over this, not all of these employees are, we have some employees that have came into the system right before the cutoff date of 2013, but we have a range of employees that in ages that are significantly skewed to the right, with the average age of an employee roughly being just short of 50 at 49 and a half. But we do have a number of employees that joined KERS basically 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago too. So I don't want to give you the impression that everybody's just going to retire all at one time, but we do believe there will be a steady decline in the number of employees we have. As I mentioned, we have roughly, as of a couple months ago, they were 49 and a half years of age. They had over 15 years of service, some with as minimum of 8 years of service. We've got some that also have a maximum of 38 years of service. We've got 80 employees that have over 20 years that would require that would qualify for the post health retirement insurance. We've got a number more that with 20 or just short of the 20 within a year of that, and within 2 years of that, and roughly within 4 years of that, we've got another about 80 plus employees. If you look at our ages, and this is something that I don't have a graph for, but I shared with Regent Damaris, we've got employees that the largest group is roughly around the 49 and a half, but we've got 136 in that range group from 40 to 49. From 50 to 60, we've got another 106. We've got employees that are at 61 of those that are aged between 60 and 70. We actually have 9 employees within KERS that are over 70 years of age. All right. Any questions about that? I'm going pretty quick, but I want to make sure get all your questions or things you have. All right. Assumptions in our analysis. All right. Scrolling forward. We believe that we will continue to have employees retire and or leave at the annual rate of 11.8%. That's based upon the last 6 years of turnover. And one of the things I had mentioned, so Regent Damaris that I'll mention here, we have, and this is based upon what we have within KCTCS system. We know that we also have employees within KERS that have years of service outside of KCTCS. So those employees, and I'm familiar with a couple of them that I have within my unit that have service with state government, that worked outside with other entities in state government and then came to KCTCS. So if anything, we believe our estimates are very conservative and that people actually that are in KERS may retire at a faster rate than what we have. Doing that as part of our assumptions, we estimated that we would backfill the positions that we have and that we would backfill those positions that when a person leaves from KERS, that benefit plan, we would fill that at a 90% level. So if a person was making $50,000 in that person's salary, then we would backfill that position at 45. We would hope to be able to save a little bit because of the years of seniority. We also, with the assumption that any new employees, they would be opting in or not opting in, they would have to be in the 403B plan, and that's a 10% employer match. So currently we're paying 49.5. We'd save almost 40%. When the rate goes to 93.16 this next year, we would save 83% on that person's salary. We also have the inflationary factors of a 2% annual salary growth. And we used where we could to match apples to apples with what KERS used and GRS for their salary growth protections. By the same time, we also added a 5% biennial increase so that the rate currently, if it got 93.16 for state government, we added another 5% for each of the biennial years so that we would capture that rate. For example, just like on the backfill I mentioned, so if we had an employee that was making $40,000, we expected to hire at 36. Scroll forward, please. All right, option one, looking at the future scenarios, would be with House Bill 352, the employer contribution that's been approved at 93.16 for the 2020 biennia. We believe, based upon these 385 employees, we calculated things going forward that the 93.16 rate for next year would be roughly $14 million that we would have to budget. So we would have to budget another $5.5 million for next year. And I believe we can do that in a number of ways because we have a rate set at 43.5 that we're currently charging. And actually that benefits pool that we have that floats in and out to pay all the benefits has actually been in a positive surplus faction, if you will, for the last couple of years. And going forward, we believe we could still handle that rate. Plus, you may recall that we budgeted $6.5 million a year ago, thinking that the rate was going to go to 83.43, which the colleges also have. So these buffers that we're always talking about, the rates going up, we also believe that we have enough in our funding that we can manage to that break-even point in about 6 to 7 years. If you look at the legislation under option 2, 3, 4, 5, scroll down just a hair there. The exit KERS come July 1, 2021, provided. There's the 4 options, a hard freeze lump sum, which would be the option we would prefer if the board decided to get out. We believe that's the least costly. Then a hard freeze with installments. But as I mentioned before, the installments have to be paid at 5.25% for any amount unfunded, plus 6.25% for the health insurance on the retirees, health portion. A soft freeze lump sum, and then also a soft freeze installment. Under those soft freezes, the tier 1, tier 2 employees, which I mentioned, tier 1 being those that were hired prior to September 1, 2008, tier 2 being from September 1, 2008 to December 31, 2013, and then tier 3 being after that. We have no tier 3s because the board's actions in 2013.
Wendell, Damon has a question.
Yeah.
You can't
Hey,
see it.
Wendell.
Okay.
If you can go back one slide, I just wanted to, you said something. I would just want to make sure I understand your risk factors in your model. So it's assuming that salaries will grow by 2.3%. And then also every 2 years, the 93.6% will increase. Is that correct?
Correct. It will go up by 5%.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
The reason we have both of those is that that's what GRS, Gabriel Rohr Smith, the consultant and actuary for KERS, used in their calculations. So we tried to mirror their calculations as best we could on our population, knowing ages and years of service that we have within KCTCS.
Now, what's interesting about that, though, is so your second bullet within 4 to 6 years, your 93.16 would eventually hit 100%, correct?
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
By the same token, that's one of the reasons we mentioned above. If there's any budgetary relief, if we stay in, we likely would get budgetary relief unless there was specific legislation to exclude us. We would be able to be in with state government in that sense, because state government, they can't afford it either at 100%, 105 or 110%. They're going to have to do something about it. So we would ride the coattails of what happens with state government in a positive way in that sense, if there was any budgetary relief.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Right. Any other questions? If you scroll forward, all right. Yeah, you're good here. So remain in KERS, the contribution rate for 21-22 at this time, unless there's budgetary action taken by the General Assembly in January, because you may recall they also just approved a one-year budget for 2021, because they could possibly do some changes, but the current rate that's approved is 93.16 for this next fiscal year. We believe that contribution rate required for KCTCS will be roughly $14 million. The total projected contribution for these 385 positions that we had as of this month is estimated $156 million over the next 20 fiscal years, 2022 through 2021. That's with the contribution rate increase at each biennia and 11.8% turnover each fiscal year. If you would scroll forward. All right, this is that information graphed. If you'll notice the blue line, you'll see that our number of people and the cost, if you will, as they continue to leave and or retire from KCTCS, you see our costs coming down. Now, if we were to bond out, this is using debt service and backfilling with on the 403B, and we believe if you did that, you're going to be out there to 20 years. You see that last year, whenever the debt service is almost paid off, dropped off, or whatever remains out there. But you see long before that we get below the red line. And we believe that's going to happen around 27, 28, probably at the latest, and maybe even earlier, given, as I say, we don't have all the service calculated. So we're at a break-even point, and at that point, anything after that, all of the line between the blue and the red line would be savings to KCTCS. And frankly, 16, 18 years and a couple KCTCS presidents and 2 or 3 vice presidents later, you still wouldn't be paying, and the board wouldn't be asked, why are we paying for this when we only have 55 employees in KERS, and we're paying debt service at roughly $10 million a year and or more, between 10 and 12. So this graph illustrates what will happen over the next 20 years using 2022 through 2041. In short, we see that we believe with the continued decreases, I should say, the decreases in KERS plan employees, that we will actually break even in 6 years or so and be in a more positive way at that point after that. So we wouldn't be paying debt service. Now, that doesn't mean we still wouldn't have some employees. As I mentioned, we've got one employee that has 8 years. So that person could work potentially, if they stayed with KCTCS, still in KERS, another 19 years before they would retire. But even if we're paying 100, 110, 120% on that one employee, as we stay in, while we have a liability on our financials from an accounting perspective, if the employee retires, that sole payout, if you will, the cash flow, the normal cost to KCTCS is gone. When the employee retires, it becomes KERS's responsibility and not KCTCS's to pay that person's pension, whoever that retiree is, he or she. To that point, this slide illustrates that in the first 6 years, were we to buy out the cost savings to stay in for those is basically the buyout cost on the debt service is about $9.8 million. So the cost for the first 6 years to buy out is roughly the stay-in cost is about $74 million. I'll say that, 73.9. The cost to buyout is actually $64 million or 64.2. However, so it's cheaper to buy out for the first 6 years. But if you look after that, the next 14 years to stay in, the cost avoidance is 81 million, almost $82 million, 81.7 to cost savings by staying in versus buying out at $146 million that we would have to pay, $146.7 million. So basically the difference between what it would cost us to stay in based upon our assumptions versus what it would cost to buy out is almost just short of $55+ million that would save KCTCS. And we believe that this additional savings of the $45 million or $55 million, if you will, is worth doing. In summary, this graph, we believe, really illustrates what we're trying to say in a number of ways, in addition to keeping the employee in, making the employee whole, giving them the opportunity to gain their full retirement and commitment to the employees, to the organization, possible budgetary relief with the General Assembly, quicker departures than are projected, and significantly shorter payback period. We believe it to be in KCTCS's interest to stay in KERS. Scroll forward, please. Any questions before we talk about the cessation considerations? Scroll forward. All right.
James Lee, question.
Okay.
Wendell, can you maybe enlighten us a little bit about the bond issue is about selling the bonds? For example, is that if KERS was obligated for the $156 million, could we sell bonds for that? Would it be effective? Because I know bond rates are down now as far as schools or so. I'm just wondering if that's a possibility of any of these and we would come out. I know the bonds would be for 20 years, but with the way the bond rates now, would we come out more effectively if our obligation, we sold bonds on these? Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up. That's something I'm going to discuss a little bit, and I'll also may ask Tom Howard to also talk a little bit about that. We have, as part of all of these projections, we've looked at particularly the hard freeze where we would pay in the lump sums that we potentially the bond. We still need some legislation to be able to effectively do that, but we've looked at being able to bond out and what it would cost. We projected looking at September, at the end of September, what the rates were in the markets now. We've also projected out that if we were to, the board made a decision to get out, that we would go ahead and try to sell bonds early so that in the spring of 2021, this next spring here, within the next 4 to 5 months, to do that in order to be able to pay the debt service or the lump sum amount come July 1, 2021, pay that down, and any difference that may work out, such as that when the final amount is known, the liability in January, February 2022, any difference, we would cover that difference, but we would take the bulk of that corpus, if you would, as a lump sum and try to time the selling of the bonds, the distribution of the cash in order to pay that. Tom, you may want to add to that.
Sure. Regent Stevens, the red line that you saw incorporates the bonds being issued and the interest and the annual payments associated with that, plus the additional 403B payments that would be owed as a part of the exit in the comparison. So yes, we have considered bond market access at current market rates.
Any other questions about that? All right, hearing none, these are the options that House Bill 1 and Senate Bill 249 gave us. Here again, this has the effects of all the others that we talked about. We don't have any tier 3 employees. So let's take a kind of scroll forward, take a little deeper look at some of the legislation. All right, in exiting KERS, all 4 of those are buyout options in some form or fashion. The estimates that used on the preliminary costs are based upon what KERS gave us from their actuaries, GRS, and the cessation of the cost estimate. The election has to be in writing. We have to give KERS by January 1, 2021. The financial cost for totally getting out probably will not be available, because I say that because whenever we were under House Bill 1 and before things got scrolled forward on Senate Bill 249, we did not receive what the cost was to get out, even though we brought you a workshop last December. We didn't receive what that calculated cost was going to be based upon June 30 of 19 until 7 months later. We actually received that on January 31st of this year for June 30, 2019. So that being said, hard options continuing in KERS 403B, we would backfill any positions that were vacated by KERS with 403B plans effective July 1, 2021. And under salt free, we don't, in the options, which basically we've already done that, in that when the board voted in December of 2013, we stopped allowing individuals to join KE or KTRS. Basically, under the salt freeze, that allows those tier 1s and tier 2s employees to remain in KERS. We do not have any tier 3s and continue to earn their services. Basically, that's what we already have. We would scroll forward. All right, looking at these figures assume, like I say, the financial rate as of September 2020, basically current pricing, if you will, at a delivery date on June 30, 2021. So we would sell the bonds and be basically pay the debts that was the accumulated unfunded liability at that point in time. All right, based upon GRSs, even doing that under the best conditions, we'd have $103 million in the retirement fund, another $23.2 million in the insurance fund. And this is calculating the 4.5% discount rate that House Bill 1 and Senate Bill 249 allows us. And it has to be paid in lump sum before July 1, 2020. Interest would accrue at 5.25% beginning July 1 until fully paid. This is one of the reasons why, Regent Stevens, we would want to sell the bonds and be prepared to pay off that liability as soon as possible. The average debt service rate to exit for the next 20 years is $8.7 million. While you see the 9.7 some things along that line, it's about another 1.9 to transition employees over. So any employee that we move from KERS and put them into a 403B plan to pay that 10% still is going to cost about $1.9 million for FY 2022. And that's why it's also factored into the cost, because it's not just that we move people or we were to get out and the cost goes away. There's still a 10% match of the employee retirement under a 403B plan that would be effective. Go forward, please. All right, hard freeze with the installments. This is the second best option if we were doing some things there. It, you know, it's $47.5 million. It's 119 for the retirement fund. You get a 3.5% discount, so the discount's not as great here. And by the same point, it can be up to installments up to 30 years, or by the same point, if at the end of 30 years you were paying on the installments to KERS, you still haven't taken care of the liability, you're still responsible for whatever that difference is, and it would be through 2041 as well. Employer costs are estimated at $14 million, which we're already paying. That would be $12.1 million in installments, another 1.9 for the backfilling. The total cost on that one is $267 million, and that's for the next fiscal year. Next 20 fiscal years. Scroll forward. And then a soft freeze lump sum. This is the 325 million. I won't go through all the details again, but as you see with each one of these options, the cost gets higher. And the total employer contribution is 145 million. Debt service on this would be 280 million, and it's estimated roughly at $320 million over the next fiscal years 22 through 2041. All right, go through, let's go forward, if you will. Here again, this is the soft freeze with installments. And as I say, the soft freeze, we already have that because the board did that in 2013. This would be the fifth option, and it's at $340 million over the next 20 fiscal years, 2022 through 2041. You see, as I mentioned before, some of the rates, they continue to change depending on the options that are chosen. The discount rate for this one's at 3%. So the hard freeze exit, if we're going to exit at 4.5% discount, is the best. And because you pay the lump sum and you don't accrue the 5.25% interest for the unfunded liability for the duration until the 2022 or until you paid it. All right, scroll us forward. Any questions before I go into this last section here? If not, scroll forward. This slide here really speaks to the human aspect of the side of things. If you look, the employer commitment to the KERS benefit employees that we have, morale to KCTCS along that same line, the projected short-term cost if you saw over the next 6 years, while we're going to pay higher over the next 6 years, we're going to save significantly $55 million over the next 14. It's the least expensive option, as we mentioned, over the long-term savings. It's a shorter payback period, 16 years for staying in versus 20 to 30 years, depending on the buyout option that the board may choose. Future rate increases, if you scroll up just a hair there. And then we do, that's the negative side. We could face some future rate increases, but we factor that in as best we know how at the 5% for the biennium. And then possible budgetary relief, as you mentioned before, and we've talked about a little bit, if because the rates are increasing, if there's any budgetary relief by state government or the General Assembly and the governor with regard to legislation, we would likely benefit from that budgetary relief. Go forward. Considerations of buying out. The employer commitment to all KCTCS employees, because it is going to be an additional cost over these next 6 years or so before we break even versus the cost of bonding. It freezes the KERS employees benefits as of June 30, 2021. So those employees who, if were to opt out, they would get whatever benefits they have at that point in time. If they're eligible to retire, they might retire. If they weren't eligible and didn't have the 20 years, they wouldn't get the health benefits supplementary that KERS provides. And if they had 16, 17, 18 years, they would be locked in at that point in time. The financial costs are not known. What we've got, they're going to likely vary significantly from the 2019 estimates that we got from KERS. And if the board chose that, it's non-negotiable, whatever the rates are with KERS, they to make those decisions, whatever their actuarials have. And once you exit, it's irrevocable. We also face market rate risk along that line. Markets could go up. We don't anticipate that. And the scale of the debt service, which would affect our bond rating and our borrowing rate going forward. We can talk about some of that too. Moody's has addressed some of that recent thing that's in the president's report, and just future capacity to borrow anything would be severely limited. And then basically a 20 to 30 year financial commitment depending on the buyout option. Scroll forward, please. So coming back, looking at the financial considerations, participating in KERS at the 93.16 rate is $156 million to stay in. We believe calculated, given the assumptions we had. The hard freeze lump sum is still $211 million. Hard freeze with installments jumps to $267. A soft freeze, which we already have, but at a lump sum goes to $325. So options 4 and 5 really buy nothing that we don't already have. And then a soft freeze with installment jumps to $340. The options on all of those span from fiscal year 22 to 2041. And go forward. And basically that is the presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have with regard to what we tried to present. It's a lot of material. It's one of the reasons why we tried to give it to you. So I'll shut up and answer your questions or comments.
Wendell, Lisa has a question for you.
Thank you, Wendell. And again, thank you to your staff, because this is one PowerPoint, but a tremendous amount of work, I'm sure, to get to this point. I have a couple of questions. One is, did anybody who participates in KERS pay into Social Security?
Are you saying, yes, there are, depending on the plan, yes, people could also be paying into Social Security and could draw Social Security. Depends on KTRS, no, but KERS, yes. It depends on when they came and by the tier 1, tier 2 type, tier 3 type situation.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking that question was it struck me that those folks who didn't have their 20 years in, if we went with an option that gets out of KERS, those people who had less than 20 years would lose that medical benefit that had been promised to them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if they have they paid into Medicare? I mean, would those people be getting nothing?
No, they in most cases, those individuals would be able to draw Medicare. They just wouldn't have the supplemental insurance that KERS provides. But I will also point out too, that let's say that you had an employee that started with us when they were 25 and they've got 15 years in. If KCTCS gets out and they've got 12 more years to work, then they're locked in at that 15 years. Or if I had, and they would not be able to draw that KERS benefit until age 65. So if an employee that, like you and I were emailing yesterday, you had somebody who came at 22 and they've got their 27 in, they can retire KERS fully. But if somebody is less than that, we exit and they're not 65 years of age, they would not be able to draw their benefit.
Right, they would have to wait until age 65 in order to do, correct? Okay. My other question is, and I understand the break even in 6 years. Obviously the math works out to KCTCS's advantage to stay in, I think, which is the top option on your slide that you had gone through first. What, in your opinion, does that do to limit KCTCS's ability to spend money in other ways? And let me clarify my question. It's going to cost us more money in the next 6 years to keep these folks in. And then we hit break even, and then it starts to drop off, and the overall number is a $55 million savings. I understand all of that math. In the next 6 years, though, because of a 93.16% contribution rate with a possible 5% increase a couple of times over the biennium, does that reduce the amount of money in the coffers for us to consider giving employees raises?
It does. That's one of the things that it's staying in, that it would have an effect on overall KCTCS for all KCTCS employees, because we're looking at about a $5.5 million increase. However, part of that same situation is, and not to get too far down the mechanics, but we charge a 43.5% rate to all the colleges for every employee we have. That 43.5% covers those employees that are at 403B. They're paying in employer rate at 10%, as well as those that are KERS that we're paying 49.47. As the employees within KERS continue to retire and or leave, then that 43.5% was calculated a couple years ago. And David Atkins may want to talk a little bit about this when we calculate the benefits rate and or Buddy Combs, in that we based that 43.5% rate at a higher level with more KERS employees in there. So quite frankly, over the last year or so, that pool that we have that we pay, whether it's health insurance, KERS, KTRS, unemployment, workers' comp, all of those things, we charge the colleges and we put it into a pool and then pay out of a centralized pool. In doing that, we have actually had a small surplus over the last few years. And we also raised our rates, if you will, to the $6.5 million that we pulled back a year ago. So we're holding, at this point, we believe enough with the individuals going that we'll be able to cover that $5.5 million increase next year and those increases going forward, because we're going to see the number of KERS employees continue to decline. But our anticipation is we will continue to charge that 43.5% rate going into the future, certainly those next 6 years, until we get to a break-even point. And at some point, we actually may be able to reduce that benefits rate that we charge everyone for every employee we have.
Thank you, Wendell. I think what I heard you say is you built a little cushion in there.
We have.
Thank you.
Let me say this. At one time, 5-6 years ago, we did not actually have a cushion. We were running a deficit.
Right.
So that's why that rate is where it's at today.
A prudent move on your part, so thank you for that. I have one final question, and that is, this decision is for folks participating in KERS.
Yes, ma'am.
What about KTRS? Does anybody know? Are we to be having this same conversation in the near future about folks in that system?
That's potentially always a possibility. KERS or KTRS is better funded. The Commonwealth of Kentucky has put significant dollars into KTRS. If you'll notice on our financials, those numbers have gone down with KTRS. Our numbers have gone down because of both people leaving and Father Time taking people too. The KTRS is better funded, but that is a possibility. I can't say and wouldn't want to speculate on that. That'll be something that the General Assembly will have to address. Here is one thing about KERS that I need to add too. Because of the changes in Tier 3, I believe the Commonwealth of Kentucky and David, Tom, Brett, any of you all can add, Buddy. I believe the break-even point for the Commonwealth of Kentucky is somewhere around 2032 under the system that they have, because the Tier 3 employees' retirement pension plan, if you will, is not as rich. So as employees continue to retire, and not to be morbid, but as employees pass or retirees pass away, that liability goes off the state's books as well. And that the employees coming on, certainly with the Tier 3s, will be significantly less than those that are in Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 being the most rich, Tier 2 being the second of them.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Okay, are there any other questions? Let me go to the whole.
Joe's got his hand up.
Okay. Joe?
Yeah, I just had a question about the KERS, based on what I've read on its current funding. Is there any associated risk with people staying in that fund at this moment, more so than the open market, like the 403B? What risk do individuals face being in a ranked 49th pension plan in the country?
Obviously, you know, there is risk in that the obligations to the Commonwealth of Kentucky, that you would have a number of employees, if for whatever reason it went bankrupt along that line, they wouldn't be able to get their pension. So there is some risk with that, but that first belongs to the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and state finance administration would have to find ways to pay that. I don't think that the General Assembly is going to allow that to happen. They can continue to pay, regardless of the unfundedness, if you will, if they continue to pay the normal cost, which I think there's been several representatives and even members of the governor's office have spoken to, if regardless of what the liability may be, if they can meet the normal cost or what they got to pay out during a particular year, that's the real issue. And I think the General Assembly will continue to find resources, but by the same token, as mentioned, if we opt out, those individuals that were planning on getting the retirement benefit as well as the health benefit, then those individuals will also face potential consequences for that too, but not being able to have those. And in cases I've mentioned, in some cases, they wouldn't be able, even though they got out and may even have the health benefit or the benefit in general, they would not be able to retire unless they retired fully at age 65 to get that benefit. They could retire with less years, but they would have to retire to be able to draw upon it. And age is a factor.
Jody, does that clarify that for you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, James Lee?
Yes, when they're going back to the bonding thing is, and following up on Lisa's comment, is that our obligation over several years is $156 million. Can any of that money, can we sell bonds on that? For example, is if you sold 20-year bonds, your indebtedness, not counting the interest or so, would be about by my calculation, about $7.8 million is what I'm saying is. So is that can it be done, and is any advantage for us doing that? Thank you.
I think it's around 8.7 million in total once you factor in the cost, but the answer is no, not really, because you'd have arbitrage on those and you'd have to pay the arbitrage. Tom, you may want to add to that.
Well, certainly you could issue tax exempt bonds, but there are certain restrictions that go with that, as Wendell points out, and taxable, while slightly higher interest rates, probably 0.25% to 0.5% higher, there wouldn't be restrictions on that. But the important thing, I think, is that Wendell noted earlier, you have to have the authority from the General Assembly to be able to issue those bonds. Now, while House Bill 1 provides for that, the budget doesn't currently provide for you the opportunity to pay the debt service on those obligations. And so to borrow for anything other than what the cost of the buyout would be and the associated expenses with that, you would have to have a separate authorization. If you were looking to, say, borrow for that 6-year period, that would not be included in the current authorization.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? And the Finance Committee will be taking this up again in a little while. And so we can all visit that committee for more questions. Is that all right? Okay. So I think.
Lose my report.
Okay, thank you so much to everybody who helped with that, all the staff people who helped. Thank you. So our final topic is possible board restructuring. We've had a number of requests to look at perhaps a governance committee and to look at different new committees, ad hoc committees. And so we asked Interim General Counsel Pam Duncan to do research. She has done an incredible amount of research around this topic. And so what we're going to do is hear from her. This is a discussion item only. There's no action to be taken, but she's going to present her guidance and some references to aid us in considering as we go forward how we can continue to effectively structure our work, and or if any structural changes are going to be needed. So Pam, I will turn this over to you.
Thank you, Chair Henson. I know we're running behind, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. What I tried to do was to address some discussion about whether there needed to be new committees of the board. And so I wanted to put some process around that. And if you'll take a look at the document that I did, just asking questions and also looking at other institutions in Kentucky and even one outside of Kentucky about all of the different committees they might have, then it might give you some idea of how you might want to proceed. So I think the first question really to ask is, when you're trying to decide on committees, is what is the purpose for a committee? What type of committee are you looking at? Does that purpose fit within the institution and the board? You have a mission, you have a strategic plan, and is that committee going to help further that mission and that strategic plan? And then also, is that purpose of the committee permissible under the statute? So for instance, you have certain authority under the statute, and then certain authority lies with the institution. You have to remain within that statutory authority for that to be an appropriate committee. So once you decide whether a committee is appropriate, you would look at what type of committee you should have. A standing committee would be like your executive committee that stands all the time. An ad hoc committee would be a committee that's just for a particular purpose. It would have a charge, etc. Or do you need a task force or a work group that would really dig into the weeds and come back and report to the board about what they recommend? And then should the committee, the task force or the work group, be advisory or authoritative? Generally, unless it's a standing committee, they would be advisory only. And then also, you need to ask the question, we have some committees right now, so would it be more appropriate to have subcommittees of those particular committees that we have? And then always, you need to decide whether you're expanding in a way that really is going to become inefficient or unmanageable. Do you have too many? In looking across the state, there are some institutions that have a lot of committees, but they don't have them staffed, so to speak. They don't have board members even assigned to those committees. So the purpose really of having a committee is nullified in that. So then if you look down, if we'll scroll down, I went through every institution in Kentucky, and it shows you here what types of committees they have. Now, I did not put healthcare committees or athletic committees in there because we don't have a healthcare institution, and we don't, for the most part, have anything but kind of intramural teams when we do have them. So if we'll continue to scroll down, we've got UK, U of L, Western, keep going, Northern, Eastern, Morehead State. So you can take your time and look at those. And then I went outside of Kentucky and looked at the Louisiana Community and Technical College System. These are some of the committees they have. But now the problem with relying on out-of-state community college systems is that some of them are very much structured differently than we are. And Louisiana actually does have a different structure in that they have, they're more linked to state government. But this gives you a good idea of what they have, and I thought it was interesting that there is some of them have workforce committees. Workforce training is something that is really one of our primary missions, and perhaps sometimes the board might see that it gets less attention than some of the other areas that we're involved in. So if you'll scroll down some more, again, university models are different, and each university or college has its own mission and its own statutory authority. So in looking at these committees and whether we should have committees, you'll need to consider that. So once you decide whether you want to have a new committee, so how should it be staffed? How will the membership be established? And I'm a real fan of having charges for every committee, because it really sets up what your goals are and what you're supposed to be looking at and how you're supposed to be working, what the membership will be. It gives an actual appointment letter, etc. So would we need to go ahead and review our bylaws, which I'm going to talk about some more when we talk about policies? And would we also want written charges, which I think really codifies kind of what you're looking at when you have a committee? And then what will the authority for each committee, task force, or work group be? Advisory or authoritative? And again, that will depend on the type of committee and the work that they're supposed to do. So in attachment A, which is the only attachment to this, I did take a look at AGB, and they had a really good report on a various kind of cross-section of different institutions that went out and restructured their boards. And I will say that this report basically talked about each of the institutions. Some were private, some were public, some were community colleges, some were universities. But for the most part, they said the average time frame in restructuring was about a year, because you had to consider how you were going to restructure, get that process in place, and ask all of these questions. So why do boards have committees? What should a board ask before restructuring? Well, why are you restructuring, and is this the appropriate time to restructure? What process should a board follow when restructuring? And then questions to ask in that. So if you could scroll down, other recommendations that would need to be implemented once you do all of the things above the implementation of these would be to revise the bylaws, revise the policies, revise committee charters, and then as you do all of that, go back and measure what you have done, because there's no sense in having made a change if you're not going to measure the effectiveness of that change. And then this report also looked at what are traditionally the main considerations in restructuring and in organic or continual change. And basically, it all goes back to your strategic plan. What mission do we have? What are your responsibilities? What staff or administrators do you have to support your board and your committees? And essentially, is that all aligning with the strategic plan and with major issues facing the institution right now? We know that in Kentucky, we're facing a deficit of skilled workers. And so are we going to be able to meet that challenge? And then I took this directly from the report. The other is kind of paraphrased, but I thought this was a really good kind of boiled down questions about what you really need to think about when you're thinking about board restructuring, what committees you need. I mean, there were some boards that decided they didn't need any committees. They were going to do everything as a committee of the whole, and the board was going to hear everything and act on everything rather than have committees bring things. Other institutions decided that they would completely scrap the committees they have and start over with new committees. So there are a lot of things and a lot of options that you have. But my recommendation to you is to decide how you want to proceed first. I'm very process oriented because I think that process then adds legitimacy to what you ultimately end up doing. And it ensures that you do not take an action and then decide later on, well, this wasn't exactly what we needed. So my recommendation to you is that we come back in March when potentially we have a new president, and you can work with the new president about goals and objectives, etc. and set up a task group or an ad hoc committee that will look at all of these questions that institutions should be asking themselves and lay out the strategic plan and mesh those with recommendations to the full board so that we can determine, or you can determine, how best to proceed in restructuring. So that was really fast, but I know we're running behind, and I will entertain questions now.
Thank you so much. This is very helpful. I'm getting reverb. So are there any questions for
Regent Fletcher and Regent Damaris both have their hands up.
Thank you. I didn't see that. Okay. Wendy?
So I appreciate that, Pam. That was a great overview. And while I would agree with much of that, I think this board really needs to go back to the very beginning of the drawing board and perhaps have a little bit of a review of what is it that statutorily we are charged with doing. And I'll give you an example of where I have run into some trouble and where I would require some further clarification as we go forward with this restructuring process. So, for example, a few years ago, I asked a question in a meeting about a particular expenditure that the board was asked to approve. But when I asked about the details of that contract, I was told basically it was none of my business, that was operational and to stay in my lane. And so that, and at that time as a new board member, was very confusing for me. At that point, it made me feel like I wasn't allowed to ask questions, though the board was being asked to ratify a budget or ratify a contract. I wasn't allowed to know the details of that or who was involved or how that came to pass. That was very confusing for me. So I would like, maybe when we come back in March or whenever that can be done, I would like someone to kind of give me a better overview. I understand, the duty of obligation and the duty to report and the duty of, all of those things that we go through in our orientation. But what really gets blurred for me, and then this came up again more recently with we ratify the personnel actions, and yet we're not allowed to know the details of much that happens in personnel. But we have to ratify the personnel report. So again, there just seems to be a little bit of fuzziness for me, or gray area for me, where I don't always understand when it is appropriate to ask the question or when I'm going to get my hand smacked and get told to stay in my lane. I don't want to weave out of my lane, but if I'm responsible for voting on a report, I would like to have more information and better detail about that report. And those are just examples. Right. So can we go all the way back before we talk about restructuring and just say statutorily what reports or what committee reports or what detail as a board are we responsible for, and then what part of that would really just be operational?
Absolutely. And I think what we could do at the March meeting is you all have this information now. So you can kind of be digesting it between now and March. And then at the March meeting, I could give you a statutory overview, because there are very specific authorities that you have. And then I also foresee that we would have a legal advisor to whatever ad hoc or committee or task group that you wanted to appoint in order to bring back advice to the board on restructuring, so that at each step of the way, you would have someone saying, well, that would be appropriate based on your statutory authority, but that would not be appropriate, or this does align with the strategic plan, but this does not. So you would always have the ability to have someone guiding you as to where you might be overstepping or understepping, so to speak.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Lisa Damaris, you were next, then Karen.
Thank you. Pam, thank you very much. And I appreciate your comment regarding your own personal work style. Like you, I'm very process oriented, so completely understand your perspective and how you've approached this analysis. I just want to make a couple of observations. First of all, in looking at the list of other universities across the state, I found it interesting that KCTCS does not have an audit committee, nor does it have an audit subcommittee. I thought that was a little strange. And having worked in local government, where I've worked with and for audit committees, I also thought it was a little strange. So that's just an observation in terms of something for us to consider in the future. The second thing I noted was KCTCS was formed a little over 20 years ago. We have 4 committees. I believe the 4 committees we have right now are the ones that were created by statute. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think executive and finance and academic, and then the committee as a whole, which is the efficiency committee, were actually drawn up in statute. So I'm not sure that anybody in the last 20 years has looked at this process in terms of, are those the right number of committees? Should we have more? Should we have less? But I absolutely applaud the effort to do so now. I think now is the right time. And so I'm just very pleased that we're having this conversation. I also agree from a timing perspective that this board should undertake this discussion, that it will likely take some time, but also that with the advent of a new president, the timing could not be any better than to do it right now. I think a new president coming in is going to be struck with a lot of information that he or she needs to learn and understand. Having a board actively engaged in trying to look within to see if they can do a better job will help that president to learn and to grow into his or her role. So those are my observations. I want to thank you for all of the work you've done thus far, and I eagerly await more discussion on this in March.
Thank you. Karen.
Thank you, Gail. And just a quick comment to what Lisa concluded her comments with in terms of including the new president as part of these recommendations. I think if we can do the heavy lift in terms of getting recommendations ready for committee structure, but clearly include the new president in this new structure as he or she builds on the institution, will be very important. I don't think we want to get it so baked that they don't have an opportunity for input. Absolutely. So yeah, to me, that's very important. So thank you.
With so many changes going on, it sounds to me like there could be, a summer retreat, to go over a lot of these things, and a lot of the issues that are going to be raised, new plans, and how we align with the CPE strategic plan, our strategic plan, and new goals for an administration. This discussion is very helpful, and Pam, thank you. Wendell, thank you. Jackie, to everybody. Are there any further questions? I see Karen, your hand's still up. Is there anybody else? Okay. So hearing none, I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn, that this workshop adjourn. Is there a motion?
So so moved.
Angela, second.
Second by Karen Finan.
Thank you, Karen. All those in favor of adjourning, please raise your team's hand. And remember how to do it.
If your video is not activated, please do so if you have that capability.
I don't think I can raise my hand. I don't see how to do it. Okay. All right.
If you can't find your team's hand, just raise your regular hand. All right.
So
it appears that we carry a motion to adjourn.
Okay, so the meeting adjourns at 12:26. We are an hour late to start our executive committee. So I would propose that we take maybe a 15-minute break to grab a peanut butter sandwich or something and then come back. Is that okay with everybody, or do you want longer? Paul, what's your?
No, 15 minutes is good.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
Sure.
Madam Chair, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Are we going to be delaying all the committees starts, from the rest so that we can all attend the rest of them this afternoon?
We will just go in order. When the executive committee finishes, then we'll go to the next committee, then we'll go to the next committee. So,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah. Is that vague enough? Okay. All right.
One thing,
Jerry, put it in overdrive.
this is Tammy. I'm sorry. I didn't get the invitation.
Girdler. We do have a quorum for purposes of proceeding, so let's go ahead and get started.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to call to order the KCTCS Board of Regents Executive Committee meeting. The time is not 11:30 a.m., it's 12:52 p.m. The press was notified of the meeting November 25th, 2020. The Honorable Pam Duncan, Interim General Counsel for KCTCS, will serve as parliamentarian. The minutes have all been distributed to the members. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay. If there are no corrections, the minutes are approved. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Okay, there being none, we will proceed with the agenda. We have one action item and two updates today. The first is that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the renewal of the mission statement for Bluegrass Community and Technical College, BCTC, as presented in the agenda materials. I'd like to ask Dr. Zarapata to introduce this agenda item. Before I do, just a reminder that it is the policy of the KCTCS Board of Regents that each of the SACS accredited colleges under the jurisdiction of the KCTCS Board of Regents have a statement of purpose approved by a governing board, and the KCTCS Board of Regents periodically review and approve mission statements of each of the SACS accredited colleges. It's the policy of each of the KCTCS that the college mission statement be reviewed annually, and the mission statement be submitted to the Board of Regents for approval at least once every 3 years. Dr. Zarapata.
Thank you, Chair Henson. Dr. Acappo has almost been there for 2 years now, and he's been a great agent of change. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Kofi Acappo from Bluegrass Community and Technical College.
Thank you.
I think you're muted.
Thank you, Dr. Zarapata, and thank you, Madam the Chair. As you said it, this is just a housekeeping process to comply with the board's policy. And we went through the process as described in the notes. The only portion that is not in the note is our meeting with our board of directors last night. So the proposal was submitted to the board of directors and it was approved unanimously. So this afternoon, I'm seeking the approval of the board so we can be in compliance.
Okay, and Hannah, would you scroll down so we can see the actual statement, please?
If you want me to, I can go through it briefly for you.
Yes, if you would, yeah.
Yeah, early October, as you mentioned, it's a 3-year process, and the last time it was done was in 2017. So early October, our internal IPRE team met with me personally and my leadership team to discuss the process. So during that discussion, we also came up with a survey that was sent out on October 7th to all employees, faculty, staff, students, our board of directors, as well as our foundation board members. Over 350 people opened the email. However, only 77 people completed the survey fully. So most of their responses to the survey question were agree. And the scale was 5 to 1, 5 being strongly agree and 1 strongly disagree. So they all agree with all the statement. And the lowest was 3.9 on a scale of 5, which is still close to agree. So on October 24, we sent the result back to our board of directors for their review. And October 25th, one board member made a suggestion asking us to tie the mission closely to the vision statement. But this process, if you remember, it's only for the mission statement. So my response to the board member is we will take that into account. And once we look at the mission statement and the vision statement, we will incorporate that suggestion. So on November 10th, it was brought back to my leadership team and myself, and we discussed it with our internal IPRE, and we decided just to uphold the decision of our stakeholders who agree with the statement. So we wanted just to keep it as it is. So last night, I took it back to the board of directors, and it was approved last night unanimously, as I said earlier. So this afternoon, I'm seeking a formal approval of the board so we can be in compliance.
Okay. And would you read that for us, please?
Bluegrass Community and Technical College, BCTC, transform the Bluegrass region, one student, one employer, and one community at a time. With students at the heart of our mission, BCTC supports student access, success, and completion of educational goals through comprehensive services, high-quality career and technical education for workforce skills, transfer education for baccalaureate degree, and life skill development. BCTC promote cultural awareness and inclusion, critical thinking, and civic responsibility. Through excellence in teaching and learning and strong partnership, BCTC support regional economic vitality and quality of life as a member college of the Kentucky Community and Technical College System, awarding associate degrees, diplomas, and certificates.
Okay, thank you so much. Each of these mission statements shows the uniqueness of each institution and your emphasis on cultural awareness, inclusion, critical thinking, and civic responsibility, you know, is admirable there. Are there any questions or further discussion on this mission statement? This is quite a process for each institution, and so we appreciate that. So I'd like to call for a motion and a second. The motion being that the Executive Committee recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the renewal of the mission statement for Bluegrass Community and Technical College as presented in the agenda materials.
So moved.
I'm sorry, is that Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, and second?
Regent Allen, second.
Thank you, Regent Allen, second. Parliamentarian.
Lisa Damon Allen or Lisa One had their hands up.
Okay,
so I can't. I had a general comment, but I was going to ask if I can make my comment after the vote.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not have my hand up.
Okay. So,
so do we have a motion and a second?
Wendy made the motion, Damon made the second. So can you do the roll call, please?
Yes, and again, if you will please have your camera activated if you're a regent. And repeat your name after I call on you. Chair Gail Henson.
Yes.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Lisa Damaris, yes.
Regent Wendy Fletcher.
Wendy Fletcher, yes.
Regent Damon Allen.
Damon Allen, yes.
And has Regent Girdler joined? He is not present.
Yes,
Regent James. Oh, he is.
He's here.
Chris Girdler, yes.
Sorry about that, Regent Girdler.
No problem. Thank you.
And Regent James Lee Stevens.
Yes.
All right, we have a unanimous vote. The proposition carries.
Okay, and at the end of board meeting, Regent Damaris will report this. Damon, did you want to say something?
Since we're behind, I'll keep it very brief. Just in general, when I look at all these mission statements, they seem to be a little longer than what's typically best practice. So usually they're not 2 paragraphs and they don't sort of talk about how you do things. So I would just encourage all the schools, your mission statement, it really should be a 1 to 2 sentence about this is what we do high level. And then your vision statement and some of your other things incorporate how you go about accomplishing that mission. And a good example is on page 22, the KCTCS mission statement. So I just want to encourage the schools to think about that going forward.
And having been through that for the past 38 years with my institution, you know, can you put it on the back of a card, or is it, you know, 3 paragraphs in the front of a catalog? So academics and have challenges being succinct, Damon. That's all I'll say. So anyway, I think that that's something that the schools may want to consider in the future. Thank you, Dr. Capo, so much for coming, and we will take that up tomorrow.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 updates now. Dr. Zarapata, would you introduce this agenda item? This is found in your resource on board under resources. All right, so.
Certainly. Just a little background. We've had conversations about this at prior board meetings. In consultation with Chair Henson, we thought it would be important for Pam Duncan and Terry Diatley, who's responsible primarily for these management of these. I'm going to let Pam go into her presentation.
Thank you. So, you know, we have had a lot of talk and discussion about the policies, and they are, to admit this, woefully in need of revision and updating. We are now, as a system, a teenager, so to speak. We're no longer a child, and so we need to put on our teenager clothes and update our policies accordingly. So I'm going to ask if Terry Diatley will activate her camera and introduce herself. She has been in the legal office longer than anyone else there, and she has just an astronomical amount of corporate knowledge, and we can rely on her greatly for a lot of things. But she is officially the Director of Policy Administration and Legal Analysis, and so she is responsible for shepherding any policy from kind of cradle to grave, so to speak. So from the beginning of the revision process all the way to posting on the website. So I'm going to let her talk a little bit, if she will show her face.
Good afternoon, Regents. Thank you for this opportunity. I am a fairly long-term KCTCS employee. I've spent a little over 17 years in the General Counsel's office. I'm not an attorney, but I've been here a while and worked with a variety of administrators at the system office and at the colleges.
So thank you, Terry, for introducing yourself. When I communicate with any of you about policies, I will likely reply with Terry on those emails, because it is good practice for her to know what's going on with those. She also spends a lot of time working with TS and getting them on in the HTML accessible format so that we can get them up onto the website. So let me tell you what I've kind of put in place for you. If we can take a look at the document with the policy considerations and the timeframes that I've laid out for you. Okay, so We took a look at all of the existing policies, and again, many of them were just kind of regurgitation of the statutes with no real polish put to them. And so I am going to recommend that we ultimately revise those to make them more polished and a little bit more succinct. And they will refer to the statutes. But the very first step one that I think that we need to take a look at is getting a policy on policies. And this has been talked about for a long time, but it's never really been put in place. But I think both on the administrative side, but also on the board side, the board needs to set out what it is going to require of each policy. So what's in a policy on policies? Exactly that. A policy on policies sets forth your philosophy, your general requirements for policy documents, what is necessary in order to conduct your business and to fulfill the duties of the institution. Then the other types of things that are in policy on policies would be that you would want to have the applicable scope of the policy. Any and all board policy documents would say the scope of this policy is X. So if we can scroll down some more, you would probably want to have the purpose of the policy. What are you trying to accomplish? The policy statement. Here is what we're going to have in every single type of policy. And then a format. So you would have a template and then also who, when, and how. So who's responsible for maintaining the policies? When are the policies supposed to be reviewed and revised? I think Regent Damaris talked about this before, that we need to set a schedule, a tickler for every policy and its revision, and really kind of take that policy, look at if there have been any statutory updates or regulatory updates, both federal and state, and incorporate them into our policy revisions. And then the other question in a policy on policies is, are you going to have complementary procedures? So you could have a skeleton, so to speak, which would be your policy. And then the meat and the skin and all of that would be the procedure. So it is really more process that goes into the procedure. And you would basically post them together. So you would have a policy site and each policy would link to your procedure. But these are questions that you're going to want to ask. And again, going back to the restructuring discussion, are you going to consider this policy revision process as a full board? Or do you want to have a committee like the executive committee in charge of that? Or do you want to have an ad hoc committee that might be responsible for determining at least what will be the process for this policy revision? So then what is the anticipated time frame for a policy on policies? I am hoping, since it requires 2 readings, to get the board started toward their policy revision. I would like to bring a draft of a policy on policies to you at the March meeting. So then, using discussion from the feedback from the discussion, we would then be able to go forward with a real good process for revising these policies. And then at the next board meeting, you would either pass it or ask for more revisions. But basically, I would get revisions between the March meeting and the June meeting, and we would get that moving forward. So once we have the policy on policies in place, we would move to step 2. But let me ask before I move to step 2 if there are any questions. Regent Damaris.
Just one question, and I'm just kind of going back to my former experience working in local government at both the city and county level. Anytime we ask the mayor and commission or judge executive and commissioners to pass legislation, we did require the 2 readings. Is the 2 readings of the policy statutory in this case?
No, it is not statutory. You do not have to. It's basically, I believe, and if I misspeak, I was not quite prepared for that, but I believe that we do have something in our bylaws. If we don't, we have just practiced that as best practice. And the reason being is it gives the board opportunity for input, and then anyone who's listening out there right now, if we were to bring a reading of a policy and they felt like they were a stakeholder in that policy, then they would be able to give input as well. So it gives a little bit of public input, and it also gives information to the board that they can then build on and we can revise for the next reading.
Thank you, and I agree, it is a best practice. I actually am a very big advocate for it. I just didn't know if it was statutory or not. Thank you.
For us, it is not statutory, but for local governments and state governments, likely there is, because there is a public comment period that is required for any regulation or statute.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
I appreciate how thorough this is, Pam. The process and the complexity of it, especially with legal compliance and language. Thank you.
Thank you. So our step 2, I set out what I felt like should be the board's priorities. Of course, this is your process, even though my office will be the one to help you shepherd it through with Terry and working with the other cabinet members. This is your process. So at any time, if this is not a process you want to follow, then I need that input. But step 2, I really feel like we need to, between December in my office, between December and March, concurrent with drafting that policy on policies, we need to review all of the policies to determine which are legally compliant. And then priority 2 would be to schedule revisions for policies that are not legally compliant, because that would be our main goal. And our main priority is if we are not legally compliant, then, you know, we're not doing what we need to do. So that would be our priority. After having reviewed them all, we take the ones that are not legally compliant and we schedule the revisions for those. Priority 3 would be to schedule revisions for policies that are legally compliant, but they're not necessarily best practice any longer, or they're just really old-fashioned. I mean, we're over 20 years old now. As I was saying, we're a teenager, or even beyond that, we're young adult now. And we really need to consider that what 2 decades ago was good practice isn't necessarily good practice now. And so that would be our priority 3. And then finally, our priority 4 would be, okay, they're legally compliant, they're best practice, but they're really not refined for proper policy construction. So by that, I mean, there is a concept in writing policies and writing statutes and regulations that is called statutory construction or policy construction. So that is a legal term. And what we are saying is they're not well-constructed policies, but they are legally compliant and they are best practice. So those can come last. So then at the March meeting, I would be presenting both a first draft of our policy on policies and I would also be giving you an analysis of the prioritization of all of the policies. Which policies fall into priority 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So if we could scroll down. And then step 3, in conjunction with steps 1 and 2, we would review the bylaws, because I think in having called our special meeting a couple months ago, we also found out that the bylaws really need some updating and some compliance with the law. So we would do that as well. In conjunction with steps 1 and 2, we would start looking at how we need to revise the bylaws. All right, I think that concludes. I can't remember if I had an attachment on that. I don't think I did. Nope, that's it. So questions, Regent Damaris.
Will you be using the same process, priorities 1, 2, 3, 4, as you look at the bylaws?
Yes. So I think the bylaws can be looked at holistically, but I would definitely use those types of analyses, so to speak, so that I could say, hey, let's go ahead and change this right now, and then consider these other things. But I think what I would want to do also on the bylaws is bring to you, before I brought you a draft, would be to bring to you an analysis of what I think needs changed in those same priorities.
Okay, yes, I think that was actually my question. Is you're going to apply the same thought process in order to come back with some recommendations? And then, because what I noticed about bylaws when I looked at them, they were much less formal in terms of their format. You know, I couldn't really pinpoint a date on which they were written or revised, and so it just seemed to be really loose, I guess is the best term.
And you know, I really do feel like the bylaws are the foundation of how you function as a board, and so those bylaws need to reflect both a statutory foundation as well as kind of a civil or order foundation. And so I will bring you an analysis of those bylaws.
Thank you. It sounds like we might be doing a workshop all Thursday morning of our next meeting, but we appreciate your fine-tooth comb with this. I see, James Lee, you have a question or comment.
Yes, ma'am. Pam, in the last presentation you gave us about committees or so, and I just asked, would you feel comfortable of making some suggestions as you go through this and you look at stuff, this and that is, of making your recommendations of how we might want to restructure committees and how we do things, this and that, only as a suggestion?
Yes, and that is a very good point, Regent Stevens. Whenever I give you advice, it is simply that, it's advice. So if you feel that I'm overstepping my recommendations, tell me that. If you feel that you need more advice or counsel from me, tell me that. So I am never shy, and I think everyone I work with will say that, about giving my opinion on what I think is best practice, what is most legally compliant. So I will give you plenty of recommendations, and I always say, feel free to ignore it unless I tell you that it is illegal for you to ignore it. And then I will not.
Right. I was just thinking that you gave a great presentations before. We looked at committees or so. If you had input from Regents prior to the March you may want to make some suggestions and ideas. Here are some committees that we may be looking at and interested in, so that we can start the discussions, what I'm saying, and what we want to do.
Yes, and I think that's a good idea. I welcome your input and your feedback so that we can fashion something that works for the board and ultimately for the institution.
So, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? So,
Chair Hanson, I'm sorry, this is Hannah, and I just wanted to quickly remind everyone that the policies and the bylaws can be found in Onboard. I think you mentioned that at the very beginning, but I'm sharing my screen and I will point it out exactly where it is in the resources folder here. I just want to make sure that any new regions know that all of that is easily navigated to through Onboard if you want to review those at any time.
Okay. Now, if I were teaching, I used to teach Robert's Rules of Order and bylaws and things. We would play Jeopardy with this, but we won't play Jeopardy today with this. So we'll just move on. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, Pam, it looks like you're going to be working tirelessly for the next 4 months or 3 months on this. So thank you very much. Let's see. All right, the next is a legislative update for the coming session. And Dr. Zarapata, will you introduce this? And I don't know if Brian Perry's on or not.
Yes, he is on, and Brian is going to give us a brief update about what's going on in Frankfurt.
Thank you.
Sure. So as most of you know, we're about a month away from the start of the 2021 General Assembly. And it's shaping up to be kind of an odd session for a couple of reasons. Just as a quick recap, you'll remember that during the 2020 session, we would have normally had a 2-year biennial budget pass, which includes our state appropriation. Because of COVID and the unknown impact that was going to have on our economy, the General Assembly decided to pass a 1-year budget instead. That means that going into this 2021 session, they're going to have to pass another 1-year budget to get us back on track to do a 2-year budget in 2022. So the challenge here is that odd year sessions are short sessions. This means that they will gavel in for the first week of January, then gavel out and not return for legislative work until February. And then they'll adjourn by March 30th, which is a few weeks earlier than a typical budget session. So they're going to be fighting that. There's still sort of an unknown impact of COVID. The consensus forecasting group meets tomorrow. That will give us some idea as to where we stand and kind of how much money they might have to play with. So we'll be watching that real close and see what that shakes out tomorrow. We also don't have any earthly idea right now as to whether or not the Capitol and Annex will be open to the public. If not, we don't really know how they're going to be streaming these committee hearings. During the interim, you may have watched some committee hearings on YouTube or their other page on KET, but they really can only handle 1 or 2 at a time. So when they get into session and they have 4 or 5 meetings going at the same time, it's going to be really difficult, we think, for them to stream those. So the Kentucky Nonprofit Network has sent a letter, which we're a part of as the Advocacy Alliance, has sent a letter to both the governor's office and to leadership in both the House and Senate, kind of asking some of these questions. So I'm hoping they'll hear back and we'll be able to provide a little more information. In terms of materials for you all, Chair Henson asked that we come up with a kind of 1-page document that you all could use as talking points and to understand what we're going to be asking for. So on the front of it, you'll see that there's just a lot of facts and figures, but these are really good talking points in and of themselves. So I would definitely recommend you kind of take a look at this, especially if you're going to be in an event where there might be legislators present, or if you know you're going to be talking to a legislator. These are some of the things that we've been highlighting in Frankfurt. One of the ones to really note, the one talking point that I would encourage you to get out there is just the size of KCTCS. So we have about 40% of the state's undergraduate population in any given year and over 100,000 students. To put that in perspective, UK is second with about 15% of the undergraduate population. So we're really just
Hannah, can you scroll? Can you, we can't see the whole, the whole thing. Yeah.
But there's lots of other good ones on there, so just pay attention to that. On the other side, I'll let Hannah scroll down. we are filling in our legislative requests and priorities. So as you may know, we do not put forth our own budget request. That goes through the Council for Post-Secondary Education. When we made this draft version of this document, we hadn't received any sort of final word. We're really close now. So hopefully this will be updated in the next week or so as CPE finalizes their request, and we'll know what we're putting out there. But generally, the budget is going to be the top thing that CPE is going to be working on. Right under that is the performance-based funding. So the performance-based funding model just finished up its third year back in June. So there was a mandatory review of that. That was in the bill that put that into place. So that's wrapping up now. So they'll be putting out some requests. Really the big thing is to maintain the 2% stop loss. We have 4 colleges that would have severe financial consequences if that goes away in the next few years.
Can you explain what that is, please?
So the stop loss just means that only 2% of their base budget would go through the model in any given year. Without that, we have 4 colleges that would have to contribute significantly more, and that would be a real problem. Luckily, some of the state institutions, some of the regional universities are also facing that, so I don't think it's going to be an issue to keep the stop loss in the model.
And Chair Hansen, I'll talk more about this in my president's report tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Now, for the new regions, that's a very complicated, the stop loss.
It is. Yeah, all this is, the whole model is very complicated. CPE will also be asking for a asset fund preservation without a match from the universities and KCTCS, and asking for additional funding for campus operations. So it's a pretty ambitious ask. So we'll see how it plays out. In addition to the CPE ask, we have a couple of things that we, along with some other institutions, are going to be pushing for. As you may remember, during the 2020 session, we were able to raise the dual credit tuition rate. And this applies to all institutions that offer dual credit, not just KCTCS, but it was set in the statute at 1/3 of the KCTCS tuition rate. We had asked to move that up to 50% of our tuition rate, and we got it to 40. So we are going to ask them to retain that language in the budget. That would allow us to come back in the 2022 session and possibly make a push to statutorily change it to 50%. That one, we've already had some conversations with Representative James Tipton, and I think that will be fairly easy for us to keep into the budget. Sorry, I set a timer. The other thing that we're going to ask for is some property conveyance language. This is one that has been on the agenda for the past few sessions, and I think that the time might be right to finally get this resolved. So Wendell sent out an email a few months ago to all of the CBOs, and we've heard back from several regional institutions that they are going to support this with us. And really all we're asking for is language in the budget that will allow us to sell sell surplus property and retain the proceeds. So we have lots of colleges that are sitting on surplus buildings and things like that. This would allow them to sell it and retain the proceeds and put it toward other programs. So the last thing that I wanted to mention was a FAFSA requirement for mandated tuition programs. So we've got about 12 mandatory mandated tuition programs that require all of us as institutions to waive tuition for different populations of people in the Commonwealth. One of those is adopted and foster children. So right now, these are sort of only dollar scholarships, meaning that no aid or scholarships are applied before we waive tuition. What we're discussing right now with the Kentucky Chamber and some of the regional universities is whether we could have a FAFSA requirement, which is the federal application for free application for federal student aid, applied to these waiver programs, which would require someone that was wanting to get the waiver to fill out the FAFSA first, and then apply some amount of aid money if they got any, and then we would waive the remainder. So there's interest in this. As an example of how much we could potentially save, just the foster and adopted waiver was over $4 million for all of the higher ed institutions in Kentucky in the past year. So it's potentially a lot on the table that we're leaving federal money on the table. So it's something that everybody's kind of interested in, especially in tight budget times. And then I think that's it in the interest of time. I'll be happy to take any questions. Anybody has any?
Especially for the new people that are on the board, having our ask to the legislature is coordinated with the Council on Post-Secondary Education, which we heard about in the orientation. Everything we do is organized and synthesized with them. So when you see these legislative requests, they will be congruent with what CPE wants. It's important. This is a nice, clean document. So if you want to download it, and make a copy and kind of look through this. I know when I went to Frankfurt last fall, or was out in the state talking with different people, knowing these talking points, and you'll get more specific. I know CPE announces this, but having these talking points gives us consistency throughout the state, and the legislators really appreciate this. So I would say this is part of our homework, to really look at this and be knowledgeable about it. Facts and figures, the FAFSA stuff. There's so much that we just need to be on our best game for. And as Brian gets more updates, I'm sure he'll share them with us.
Yeah, Chair Henson, Regent Damaris has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see that. Okay, Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. One question I have relative to property conveyance. I absolutely support what we're going to be asking for. I think it makes a heck of a lot more sense for us to retain the proceeds instead of giving them back to the state. But relative to KCTCS, what does that mean specifically? If we were to retain the proceeds, are those proceeds to be retained by the individual college selling the property? Or do they go back to sort of an overall KCTCS property fund?
My understanding is that each college would retain the proceeds of the sales. But
That's
I would
correct. Wendell will jump in if that's not correct, but yes, the individual college would receive those proceeds.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? So we'll get updates, I'm sure, through Paul's reports to us, since we don't meet again till March. But, I think we're all very willing and happy to. I know James Lee, you've mentioned this before, to talk to legislatures. But so our talking points, will be pretty clear once we get an update on this great sheet. Okay, thank you so much, Brian.
You're welcome.
So the next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents Executive Committee will be March 18th, 2021 at the KCTCS System Office in Versailles, we hope, or via Teams. So I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn. All right, Damon. And second?
Second.
Thank you, Lisa. All the regents in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand.
All right, it looks like the motion to adjourn carries.
All right, thank you. So the motion passed unanimously at 1:35 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. All right, so Amy, can you direct us now to the next step?
Hannah, do you want to take that? I'm thinking we go on to finance, take a 15-minute break and go on to finance.
I'm fine with that. If we think we need a 10 or 15-minute break, we could start finance at, say, 1:45.
Yeah, let's say 1:45. That's fine.
Okay. And we will let everyone know that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wesleyan Technical College System Board of Regents Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee meeting. The time is 1:45 p.m. The press was notified of this meeting on November 25th, 2020. The Honorable Pam Duncan, KCTCS Interim General Counsel, will serve as parliamentarian. And I would like to ask Pam to please review those members present on the team's gallery view and let us know if a quorum is established.
Yes, a quorum is established. I do not see present ex officio member Chair Henson. Has James Lee Stevens joined? Those are the only two members not present, but all other members are present, so there is a quorum.
All right, thank you, Pam. There being a quorum present, we will proceed. So the first order of business is approval of the minutes. The minutes have been distributed to you for your review. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, the minutes are approved. So the next thing is the consent agenda. Are there any is the agenda. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Okay. None, we will proceed with the agenda as presented. So the next item for action for the committee, ratification of the personnel actions. And we have a recommendation that the Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions, listed in the agenda materials. And to guide us through that process, I would like to call on President Zapata to present this item. But before I do that, I would like to point out that the report now includes an as of date at the top of the report. So this report is as of October 16th, and I appreciate that addition that staff made. So with that, President Zapata.
Thank you, Chair Allen. At this time, I'd like to call on Mr. Wendell Followell.
Good afternoon. All right, I'll lead us through the personnel action reports. Several things, looking at the top on the individual personnel actions. The administrative appointments, Pam Duncan is interim general counsel. I'll call your attention to that one. Administrative retirements, Dr. Jay Box as president on 9/30. Administrative resignations, Mike Murray, vice president general counsel. Promotions, none to report on special leaves greater than 90 days. Unfortunately, we have 3 deaths to report. Jefferson Southeast and at the system office, individuals there. Summary of personnel actions, academic appointments, various appointments across the spectrum, 27 in total. Administrative appointments, none to report. Reappointments, none. Terminal appointments, none to report. Leaves of absence, you can see the policies on those. We don't have any report. Same with the non-administrative retirements. We have non-administrative retirements, take it back, we have 20. We have 7 faculty and 13 staff. Resignations, we have 6 faculty and nothing to report on non-renewable appointments. Regular full-time positions as of October 16th when this report was compiled. In our personnel administrative systems, we have 127 UK. That number, as we mentioned this morning, has dropped to 125. 18A and 151B, we have 16. In the KCTCS system, 3729 for a total of 3872 full-time positions. And retirement plans, KRS at 382. These are full-time. We have 3 part-time in KRS, in case you're wondering why the difference in the numbers from what we discussed earlier this morning. KTRS also 385. 403B plans, 3105 for a total of 3872 as well. Full-time vacancies positions as of the 16th were 41 faculty, 82 staff for a total of 123. Since that time, flipping up to the top of the page on verbal personnel actions, from October 16th till December the 1st, we have filled we have 52 regular full-time positions that have been hired and staff in total, 6 faculty and 46 staff. That's a lot for staff, but 15 of those are at Big Sandy because they had a number of new grants that they were awarded, as well as some other types of activities that they had in retirements and things, so they're filling those positions. So in total, if you look, there's 46, but if you think about it, 15 colleges and system office across that, leaves about 31, so it's about 2 per college. You also have at the top of the page there, administrative, KCTCS administrative policies concerning leave types. There's a link that should also be in your onboard, and we have kind of a summary of those, the various types of leaves, employee separation, vacation leaves, the things we went over this morning in greater detail that you can get to the actual administrative policy. Chair Allen, I would recommend that the Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee approve or recommend approving the personnel actions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Followell. Are there any questions or items for discussion? And I don't see any hands up. So with that, I'd like to call for a motion and a second, please.
So moved. This is Karen Finan.
Thank you, Karen. And a second, please.
Second, Mark Wells.
All right. Thank you, Mark. So Parliamentarian Pam Duncan will be conducting a roll call vote. Pam?
Thank you. Chair Damon Allen.
Regent Allen, yes.
Committee Vice Chair Karen Finan.
Regent Finan, yes.
Regent Herdink.
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent Karen McFadden.
Regent McFadden, yes.
I believe that James Lee Stevens has joined us. Would he like to vote on ratification of personnel issues?
Yes.
And Regent Mark Wells?
Mark Wells, yes.
And Gail Henson?
Gail Henson, yes.
All right, the vote is unanimous. All members present of the committee, the proposition carries.
Perfect, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is something we spent a lot of time discussing this morning. So, and that's the KERS. As a reminder, we have to make a decision by January 1st, 2021. And given that we spent so much time on it this morning, I'd ask President Zarapata and Mr. Followell to sort of give us a more streamlined presentation, as well as field any questions.
Yeah, I would propose, Chair Allen, that we forgo any additional presentations and move on to questions, if you're okay with that.
That works for me, sir. Are there any questions?
Let me make one comment, if you may, Chair Allen. I was thinking back about the question that Regent Stevens asked about being able to sell bonds just on a short-term capital item for a cash flow basis. I'm reminded as I thought about it and as got off the call this morning on some things, we did meet with State Budget Director John Hicks back in January. And not only did we not have authorization, which he reminded us of, but he dispelled that idea very quickly. So we wouldn't be able to float those if we wanted to, just to cover the differences for the $25 million that we might be talking about over the next 6 years.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. And I'll capture that in my report tomorrow to the full board so they can be aware of that as well.
Yeah, I think we captured somewhere around, I want to say 20 to 22 million that we would need in the short term over those 6 years or so.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll need.
I see Regent Stevens.
Yeah, Wendell, is it, I know you met last January, is it worth the time and effort on your part to go back and ask them, since everything has changed about the pandemic or so, if they're really interested in it? That is, and I'd leave that decision up to you and your staff and Paul to see if you wanted to even entertain that to do that.
I would tell you that as Tom Howard mentioned this morning, he is retired. He was the executive director of the Office of Financial Management. which was responsible for issuing all the bonds in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, particularly through the Asset Liability Committee. And it would take special legislation by the General Assembly to allow us to do that, because the CARES legislation that's been passed limits your ability to do any type of bonding other than to get out. So, I mean, we would have to have a special provision, and I'm not sure that the General Assembly, we can certainly ask, but when we spoke with the state budget director earlier, they kind of frowned on that pretty quickly.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments? And to be clear, so the recommendation from staff and the motion for this committee is that we recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt a resolution authorizing KCTCS's continued participation in CARES.
Yes, sir.
So that is the recommendation in the motion, and I believe there's a resolution in our materials. So
yes, sir. Two resolutions, one to opt out, one to continue participation.
Right. So before I move for a motion, I just want to make sure, given the importance of this, that if anyone has any other questions or comments, concerns, that they have an opportunity to raise those. Okay. So hearing none, can I get the first and second for the motion?
This is Regent Finan, so moved.
Thank you, Karen.
Gail Henson, second.
All right, thank you, Chairman Henson. So with the first and second, I'd call on Parliamentarian Pam Duncan for a roll call vote, please, to conduct a roll call vote.
Thank you. All regions have their cameras activated, so I will begin with Committee Chair Damon Allen.
This is Regent Allen. I vote yes.
Committee Vice Chair Karen Finan.
Regent Finan, yes.
Regent Joe Herdink.
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent Kara McFadden.
Regent McFadden, yes.
Regent James Lee Stevens.
Regent Stevens, yes.
Regent Mark Wells.
Mark Wells, yes.
And Board Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
The vote is unanimous and the proposition carries.
Great, thank you, everyone. And I think the next few items are more updates. So with that, I would like to call again upon President Zapata to present the Administrative Services Report.
Certainly, and as I've been doing a lot today, I'm going to call upon Wendell Followell.
Thank you, President Zapata and Chair Allen. I'm going to walk us through very quickly the quarterly financial report. I'm going to be looking at attachment A first. That is the statement of current funds, revenues, and expenses. And some of these numbers are going to be kind of crazy and strange because a lot of this has to do with a lot of the CARES funds that we received and transfer, or if you will, journal entries back and moving things to the CARES funds and things still trying to get settled up. We spent a lot of that money in the first part of the year for this past year, but we've also spent a lot of the institutional support primarily in this part of the year. So just kind of looking through attachment A and looking at the realization of 2021 in comparison to 1920, you see that first line, and I'll want to clarify something here with regard to our state appropriation. Initially, you may recall that in June and early July, we were told to withhold 1% of our state appropriation to return it. They actually, at that time, made an adjustment to our allotment that has since been changed back, but as of September 30, when we were still told to hold that 1%, you see that we had got to 51,380,000 versus the 52,374 we got last year. Our state appropriation is the same this fiscal year as was last year, but they did hold that allotment back that difference, that 1%, will be put back into our allotment through the second, third, and fourth quarters of this fiscal year. As far as our state appropriation, we received 30% up front, 25 October 1, 25 January 1, and then 20% rather, on April 1. Just kind of coming down the page, looking there, tuition and fees, you see that is still at 49% versus 52. We're down with our tuition and fees. That's reflective of our enrollment. It also does, even with the increase in the $5 per credit hour, you see that we're still down about $4.8 million. And fall tuition was down about $4 million of that. Some of that's also reflective of the summer. Just kind of looking at the non-credit tuition, it's also down slightly. Some of that has to do primarily with, here again, all things COVID with our workforce training, community education, being able to actually be in the physical plants and or being able to teach it in the classroom. Our investment income is down compared to what our budget was. It's up as far as percentage of our budgeted dollar, but as you know, and others of the committee know, interest rates are at historic lows, and that has an effect with regard to that. Government grants and contracts, they're primarily on target compared to where they were last year, but at the same time, they're down because we've also seen some changes there, particularly with the fire commission, some things that they have, and just general decreases in some grants and contracts. This does not include our CARES fund, which is separate. Sales and services are up on some things with regard to this period last year. That's primarily the movement of our courses from online or from face-to-face to online and the associated course charges there, some things with regard to bookstore commissions and things that were kind of deferred, items of that nature. Overall, general fund is about 39%, slightly where it was below this time last year in comparison. Dollars are down comparison to last year, but you're again reflective of COVID. Our restricted funds are in the same fashion along the same line. They're up overall because that's largely due to CARES funds in that sense. We flip on down, looking at our fund balance there or other things really that has to do, it's under other, but it's our budgeted fund balance, and you see that being up. You may recall when we approved, or the board approved this budget, we asked and put in pretty much everything from the couch cushions, dollars and cents that were in there we could, in anticipation of COVID and maybe having to use those dollars and fund balances in order to get through the year, given that we were hedging against a potential enrollment downturn. Overall, the appropriated total revenues and fund balances are about 46% compared to 47% last year. Overall dollars are up, largely up to CARES. Expenditures by program, you see that our instruction dollars are down, largely because some of this is being charged to the institutional support, which you see is up, and is up pretty significantly because we've had the journal funds to the CARES and they're related to institutions. So you'll see some of that level out as we go forward. Other things, academic support, some things there you see is up in dollar value, and that's also reflective of CARES of buying software and other things for faculty and staff, either professional development and or to use in their instructional courses. Other things are pretty much along the same lines, are moving there. Financial aid is down, reflective of the enrollment. You see operations and support, it's down, but a large part of that again too is being charged to the CARES funds. Expenditures by program, they're slightly below they were this time last year. Some of that is savings and things because we're not having to do some things. However, we're having to reallocate dollars towards all things COVID with PPE, cleaning protocols and things of that nature. Overall, our total expenditures and budget reserve is at about 27% compared to last year at 29, about $5 million down difference. But if you look at our overall revenues and in excess of our expenditures, we're up this year, and largely because of the dollars that we budgeted as fund balance or others, so that if we needed those funds, we would have the authority to do so. Any questions about attachment A?
Hey, Wendell, quick question. As you went through there, you said certain things were charged to the CARES Act, and I take that to mean that normally we would pay out of pocket, if you will, for them. But because we have the CARES fund, that pays for it, which reduces our expense on the balance sheet.
Correct. Okay. We've had to, in most cases, we've had to make the expense initially early on, certainly last fiscal year up to June 30th, even some this year. And even with the dollars that we've gotten from the state that Dr. Zarapata will talk about tomorrow under the state appropriation swap, we've had to make the expense or the cash flow of it and then journal the entries over to CARES funds.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
All right, if you look at attachment B, just kind of looking through the page, and I'll go through this on the balance sheet, statement of net assets. If you look, our cash is up, and that's largely on a number of things because we've budgeted more of our fund balances. We've switched a lot of things out with CARES now as we go through the year. So we're actually taking the items, expenses off of our general fund applications, if you will, or accounts, and moving it to the CARES funds. Same thing here with on loans, assets, and accountabilities, and some things there. We've got a few different things there that if you look under our current loans and things, our grants receivables are down, our commission things are down, but all along that line, student receivables are also down because of our enrollment. So in general, we've got a number of things, grants receivable, as I say, they're down. So that's reflective here again, certain things under COVID. Other assets are roughly the same. If you look under our non-current assets, restricted cash, it's down. That's largely due to the debt service payments. You recall we paid debt service for the Bill Smart project, so that really is reflective of that. We had bonds and capital leases there. That's about $9.4 million of some things that came due. Looking on down the page, our endowments, investments, they're up because the market has made a remarkable return. I think it's even up today and hitting historic highs on just about any index that you look at. So that's reflective of our capital paper gains at this point. Our long-term investments the same. The OPEB trust rebounding, you see it's significantly up from a year ago because at one time, as of June 30, we were still in a positive balance, but we're almost doubled from where we were at that point. Overall, our capital assets are up net because, if you will, we have added a number of new facilities. You may recall at the buildings, if you were on the board a couple of years ago, and we were at Jefferson in June, they opened up that new advanced manufacturing facility there. Hazard opened up the Hazard Intergenerational Center. Bluegrass has opened up a new building on the Science Building. Madisonville, the Gray Building, done some renovations. So there's a number of things there of which affect the capital assets. Coming on down on deferred outflows, you see some changes there on the pension, and deferred outflows are those outflows that will be coming in the future. And you see those are down also. And I mentioned this morning that the state had put a couple of years ago quite a bit more money into KTRS, as well as they've changed some things on their assumptions. And all of those things go into the affecting of that pension. For example, KERS and KTRS are almost down between the two, about $10 million, if you will, in those particular changes in assumptions. And also they had a change with regard to how they proportion the liability. They proportion it now based upon a share of contributions, which helps KCTCS out. So in general, looking at our total assets and deferred outflows, we're at $1,369,000 versus $1,320,000, or about $49 million up over this time last year. If you're looking at the liabilities, our accounts payable is up slightly on some things. That's due to some things related to digital content. Unearned revenue is up a little bit. That's disbursements to students that had not been made as of June 30 that had to do with some things related to CARES Act. We pretty much spent all of our CARES Act in the student portion. Leases payable is up slightly. Yeah, I apologize. I should have told you to scroll down a little bit on some things. But in general, the non-current liabilities, you see the leases payable non-current, that's come down largely again because of our debt service payments. And compensated absence is about the same. Pension liabilities down, as I mentioned, a number of things related to KT and KERS on that line. And then our other post-employment benefit liability, it's down also because as we have mortality tables and things of that nature. Those have an effect on that, as well as just people, a number of people in the plan. We have had some people leave out of those plans, so they have an effect on that. Deferred inflows, here again, dollars that will be coming in the future, expected to come into the pension plans. That's about 90 million versus 136 that was expected a year ago. And deferred inflows on the post-employment benefit at 45 versus 55 that would be due. It's about $10 million increase. Largely that increase had an effect of a year ago because this is year-over-year comparison. You may recall as of this January, the amount of out-of-pocket for the retiree under the 403 post-employment benefits trust, we halved their out-of-pocket expense for their supplemental health care amount, and that changed the amount of the liability potentially. Our net position remains very strong. It's up about $9.4 million from 603 million versus 593. Other minor changes with regard to non-expendable is about the same on our restricted. Expendable is up a bit, and that restricted expendable has a lot to do with the CARES dollars along that line because it's restricted for specific uses. And then unrestricted net assets, you actually see that we have about $70 million to the positive side at almost 56 million versus $126 million negative. Overall, if you look at our total net assets, KCTCS is in a sound financial position at 741 million versus 635 a year ago, largely due to the capitalization and accepting of our Bill Smart projects, our endowments being up, CARES funds, and overall a very positive report. And I would entertain any questions that the committee or the chair may entertain.
Thank you, Wendell. Any questions for Wendell?
If not, I'll go to the facilities management sustainability report.
All right, go for it, sir.
All right. This is a semi-annual report. You may remember that we produced this in June and December. This is a pretty long report. I'm going to go through it pretty quickly. I mean, we're going to talk about some capital projects, facility support services, and things that are done. You also have it in your onboard. So as I'll flip through here, as she brings it up, a number of things here. We list starting out, we'll scroll down to about page 1 here, looking at the projects. I'm going to highlight those very quickly. Stop right there for just a moment. Okay, looking at, these are the current projects that we have that are active, and scroll down just a hair so they can see it there. We've got a number of them, everywhere from at Bluegrass, at Danville. I won't go into each one of those. I'll let you look at them in total, but by college, there are a number of projects that we actually have approval for and or moving in one direction or the others. I think 8 in total. Various colleges, we give you the project, the architect, the contractor, the proposed square footage, as well as the budget authorization and a little bit of narrative about each one of the projects. And entertain any questions about those. If not, I'm going to ask you to go to page 7 on the Office of Asset Management. All right. I want to point out, we bring to the board, the board has delegated the authority for the KCTCS president to approve and dispose of real property. We've got 4 property acquisitions that we're either about to close on or have closed on. We've got a couple others that we've actually completed, and we've got 3 that are pending. For example, under the acquisitions, Jefferson Community Technical College, we purchased a parking lot. You may recall about 3 years ago at Elizabethtown Community and Technical College, when we had a board meeting there in September, the board approved. We also approved it later in our biennial budget request for them to try to purchase property to build or to use for a parking lot. We were successful in getting a small parcel of land, which is basically the old Taco Bell there along Broadway. We purchase price on it was $779,650. It's about 1,500 or 15,000 square foot building there on East Broadway. The Fire Commission purchased a 25,000+ square foot building and about 10 acres to short of it in Paris. They were leasing a number of properties in Lexington, both for the fire commission's headquarters as well as a couple of their districts. They were paying $157,000 for those particular leases. They'll be able to eliminate those leases, and they paid $1.9 million for property in Paris that was owned by the Hunt Brothers Pizza Company. And it will give them room to expand in years to come and have all their CPAP type of training, which is the things that they have to do each and every year. Madisonville also completed the transfer for 8,000 square foot facility that was basically given to them for $0. It was valued at $1.8 million. They're going to use it. If you may recall, I think earlier this year, the academic committee approved a new aviation program at Madisonville Community College. They will use this property to fulfill that program. Somerset Community College, and those of you who are on the board may have called visiting this particular facility. It was also transferred to the college from the Somerset-Pulaski Economic Development Authority project. Regent Gerber is very familiar with this one. And the project was done at a $0 value, and it has a $1.5 million value, and it's used to house the lineman technical program. So those are the acquisitions. If you look at dispositions, we've got 2 that were completed, and we got a couple others that are in process. We've got sales that are pending that should complete hopefully by tomorrow, if not early next week, for the former U.S. Congressman Carl Perkins property. This was a house and a barn on 70 acres that the college did use at one time a little bit for the former president, was there even on hazard, but hadn't been used for a number of years. And it really was just causing them operational costs in order to maintain and contain, the property and keep it up and things of that nature. So they're trying to close on that. They've got some discussions going, negotiations for the sale of that property. Heinemann campus, they've got a couple of facilities there. One, the Opportunity Center, 33,000 square feet. This property also was interested parties that are discussing some things. School of Craft, another property of 26,000 square feet. And we're trying to discuss, we are discussing that with an interested party. On the Heinemann property, School of Craft, there's one also with the library that they're doing as well that we own the air rights to, the upper floors. And then one property that we did complete that we finished discussions on and some things several years ago, the Perry County Fiscal Court transferred on the Lee's campus a 17,000 square foot facility they use as their life skills center. And they really don't have a lot of use for it, anything today. The Kentucky Department of Transportation asked for it and to be relocated for their programs. The college moved its programs out, and it's a $0 transfer as well. We got it from Breathitt County for $1 at that time. It's a value of $1.75 million, or $1,575,000, excuse me, for that facility. And then Henderson Community College completed a transfer for a 12,000 square foot facility in the Heron Center in Union County. This was a $0 property that we got several years ago that we operated up until basically the program was completed. And at the end of that grant period that we had gotten from the Economic Development Administration program, part of the contract was to transfer that back to Union County. So we've done that for $0. The value on this property was transferred to KCTCS, as mentioned in 2007, was $1,350,000. Southeast Community Technical College has a pending sale on the Cope House, and documents are looking to be closing on that. Hopefully, if not tomorrow, then early next week. The Cope House was owned by a local doctor, hadn't been used at any point in time. Recently, it was once used again as a residence for the college president, and it saves them on operational costs. Sale price is $50,100, and we did do 2 different quotes on that property, as well as I think I don't know if I mentioned another property in here. I'm looking to see. Henderson, I think that's it. And we are in a process. I don't see it on here, but I want to mention that at Gateway Community Technical College as well, we've got a property that we have bid twice and are willing to accept the offer. and that we are in process now discussing that, trying to close that property out as well. Surplus property with regard to gov deals, which is kind of happened with COVID. We list things on a website. We pay, or the buyer pays a premium on some of those things, and we've got rid of a number of things there. This has been very successful for us. $40,364 there. Insurance coverage. We have bid our insurance coverage. Unfortunately, it closed on the 13th. We did not receive any bids, so we're going to be reevaluating what to do there. I won't go through all the things, so let me stop for a moment and ask if there are any questions on this before I go to the operations and the emergency services. All right, hearing none and keeping us moving. I'm not going to read all these, but there are a number of things that we do with the operations and emergency services. Everything that from updating our emergency operations plans to tracking critical notification at the colleges, things we have to do both for reporting in-state as well as federal, and our continuity plans. Environmental health and safety. I know Dr. Sarah Potter is going to talk a bit about that tomorrow underneath the President's report. We have been very active with Christy Giles and all of the college's Healthy at Work officers, and following the governor's and CDC recommendations and staying on top of COVID as best possible. I'm glad to say, to my knowledge, I don't know that we've had any reports of anyone getting COVID on any of our facilities. We constantly clean and monitor and work with faculty, staff, and students to remind them of what the guidelines are. But there's a number of teams, I won't go into each one of those, that list the Healthy at Work officers, the COVID response teams, and various things that go on. And I'm going to ask you to scroll up to the sustainability update.
Wendell, real quick. So just to be clear, so what we're saying is that we have had employees that have contracted COVID or students, but they haven't contracted it as a result of being in our facilities, et cetera.
Correct.
They've got Thanksgiving dinner, wherever.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
All right. Scrolling on up a bit. I know this is a lot, but I'm trying to go through here pretty quickly on some things. One of the things the board has asked to be kept apprised of and kept involved with a number of years ago is our KCTCS Green Sustainability Update. Billy Harden here at the system office heads this up, working with the colleges. That's really on pages 13 through 15, but there's a number of things that are worth noting. I would call your attention to just some things that have happened. I'm looking here at the types of stuff that they've been involved with. A lot of the things got canceled. Looking, I don't see what I made a note somewhere, but I've lost my notes. Come off sticky note, but just types of things that they have been involved with, everything from food pantries and clothes closets and things and special outreach events to just integrating sustainability into the educational programs at the colleges, particularly Hopkinsville Community College is mentioned there, collaborating with other four-year institutions, participation in campus beautification and initiatives, Jefferson Community College there, recycling initiatives that have happened, partnering with business and industry, whether it be in Owensboro, the KCTCS Foundation, and just a number of sustainability types of activities. One of the things when we do get past COVID and you come back to the system office and you get a chance to come in, I want to point out that while it's not in bloom now, hopefully it will be then, but our front entrance of the system office that we incorporate are Billy and her team working together with Paul Reeser, Director of Operations at Ashland Community Technical College, and Pachi Braga with Bluegrass have actually put in a lot of landscaping and things that are native to Kentucky, 19 different perennial flowers, and comprised there of over 950 plants will be there in the process. It was beautiful this last summer. It's not fully completed out on some stuff, but they've done a lot of things. Mr. Braga, he is a graduate of ours at Bluegrass Community Technical College. I'll let you read about that. Won't go into that great detail. Other energy relative initiatives, scrolling on up. And this is a website I would come on down a little bit more, keep going, go to the top of the next page. Right there, stop for a moment. If you get a chance, I'd encourage you to go out where it says the website of that first paragraph and look at KCTCS related deficiencies and initiatives that we've done on our website. You'll be very impressed. I mean, there's lots of things going on trying to communicate sustainability or reducing our carbon footprint, a lot of things that we're doing and being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, not just here in the system office, but all across the colleges. We are in the process of doing round 2 on our energy savings performance contracts. You may recall that, get somebody calling me there, excuse me, a large number of energy management contracts. These are basically budgetary neutral to where we can have their specialized companies that get involved and come out and actually will do a review of your campus and put in modern equipment and guarantee you the energy savings. You take that energy savings and do the payback over a period of years, typically 10 to 15. We have all 16 colleges have participated in this, I believe, in round 1. Round 2, we're going to have, looks like 10 colleges in with it. The first round of energy savings that we did across the colleges saved $28 million. This one will pay out, we believe, if you look at the chart at the bottom of the page, if you scroll down just a little bit, Hannah. These are the colleges that are involved with. This is the anticipated amount, and roughly $51 million of ESPC types of savings. So we get modern lighting, we get, whether it be the parking lot, whether it be the building, we get all types of equipment and things to where we're guaranteed. So if it doesn't generate that amount of savings, then basically the company covers the difference to pay the long-term capital lease. So items there, I'll scroll on down. We're involved with a number of things with the US EPA on the Energy Star, and we're a part of the initiative there to monitor and participate in our performance with regard to peer institutions of how we're doing on saving energy and initiatives to monitor there. So we've got tools there. A number of conservative energy items that we're doing just slightly on down the page there just a little bit. On renovation energy. On this building here in the system office where I'm at today, we have put in a number of things when we renovated this facility this past year related to our HVACs and items of that nature to improve our airflow, replacement of outdated appliances, a number of things. And when you also come visit the system office, you'll have to take a tour. It's just great. We've reduced our energy footprint at the front where typically we may have committee meetings and things of that nature in frosted glass and changing out the panes, low emitting, light emitting items and things there that will help us save energy. Scroll forward on page 19. All right, here the board asked some years ago to be kept about our space enrollment energy, our enrollment efficiency. We put together a report from fall 2016 through fall 20. Scroll forward. I'm going to take you to the graphs real quick. Long story short here, all the other detail. COVID's affected this as well. Scroll on down a little bit more to the 2 graphs, if you would, Anna, please. Here you will see that this is the average section of enrollment room use. Even though our enrollment's kind of gone up and down, we still are using a large number of rooms. And you see, scroll up just a hair bit more, please. Right there, stop if you would. You see our total valuations on a number of sections we have. So we look at all the sections that we're offering, total number of rooms used, and then you see the average room usage down at the bottom along that line, and our average class sizes. Our class sizes are roughly the same. Even this fall, we tried to do some things there. Scroll down one more. Enrollment here, the same thing as well. And you see that, scroll up just a hair right there, that our utilization particularly is not what it would be normally on some things. We're in the 25, 26 range, and as I think this may be a permanent thing that comes about with COVID, that as we move from face-to-face and hybrid and or online, that will change a lot of the things in our usage of our facilities. Now, if a course is hybrid, by that I mean that it's offered both online and as face-to-face, then it's not necessarily it is given a classroom, but online courses are not assigned a classroom. So that also has effect on our space utilization or enrollment utilization of our classrooms. That was a quick report but I'll be glad to entertain any questions anyone has, but I've tried to go through a lot of information fairly quickly and be glad to try to clarify any questions you have.
Do any of my fellow regents have any questions for Mr. Followell?
Thank you.
Nice job. Oh, Mr. Stevens has Regent Stevens has.
I asked Wendell and Paul this question. I know that it's very difficult to check, but I see the student enrollment down. I see the CARES money maybe going shortly. You know, could you project or give us some rough ideas in maybe the March meeting, the projection of where we're going to be come June in the budget, because we certainly want to give employees raises if we can, and we would like to keep the registration as low as we can, but you know, so I know that's a tough task, but maybe could you all do that to give us some projected ideas, not only where we're going next year, maybe by the June budget?
Regent Stevens, each March we will come, or have come historically, back to the Finance Committee and to the board in general with regard to get your guidance. But we will have a good feel at that point in time where the 21-22 budget will be with the General Assembly, where our enrollment may be, what our cost may be with KERS, any of those types of things. And as part of our budget assumptions in March, we will come back and get feedback from you as a Finance Committee and the overall board in order to prepare the 21-22 budget for June.
Yeah, I know that college presidents and Paul may have to make some, if the enrollment doesn't come up or we don't get the money, some tough decisions. So I just don't want to be, I don't want anybody to be caught off guard, is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate that. And I think tomorrow, actually, the consensus forecasting group will be talking about the current budget. So I'm very hopeful there. But yes, certainly, that's on our radar, front and center.
Yeah, that's a great point, Regent Stevens. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Followell? All right, hearing none, I think the next item of business is the Technology Solutions Report, and I'll turn that over to President Zapata.
Thank you. Yeah, for the first time I get to call on myself. So I will be very brief. We're already at 2:30, or actually we're past 2:30. So I've got two notes here. One is on Kentucky Wired, which is, of course, the state broadband project. That is running behind. We don't have a firm schedule as to when we're going to start cutting over. It'll be a phased approach, likely college by college. I couldn't even tell you from west to east or east to west yet, but we've had a few setbacks. We have what are called regeneration stations, which regenerate the fiber optic signal. 13 of those, it's 13 or 16 of those are on our college campuses. And unfortunately, there was a manufacturing problem and they all leak. So those are all being replaced by the Kentucky Commonwealth Network Authority, which manages those pieces of infrastructure. So anyway, I'll have more. I'm hopeful in March I'll have a lot better news on this. The second one is that we've completed a project that I'm very excited about. All of the hardware is housed down in Somerset at the Center for Rural Development. But what it does is it takes just about every piece of equipment we have in the system and funnels logging information down there so we can be proactive on cybersecurity incidents. Given the time, I will hold it there. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them now.
Well, I did have a question for you when I read that. I was thinking back to when this pandemic started and we opened up all of our parking lots, et cetera, to be Wi-Fi hotspots. So with all this cybersecurity, like there's certain websites people just can't visit, you know, if they're on our network. Is that a correct assumption?
Well, we don't have it quite segmented that way, but what we're offering out in our college parking lots is access to a guest network which is completely separate than our quote unquote business network.
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you. So do any of my fellow regents have any questions or comments for Paul?
And I do want to give props to Joe Heerdink for all the work he's done at Madisonville and Henderson, helping our students out during this pandemic.
All right, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Okay, so hearing no other questions or comments, the next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee will be held on March 12th, 2021, hopefully at the system office, and if not, we'll hold it via Teams again. So with that, unless any regents have any other items of business, I was going to motion for adjournment.
So moved.
All right. And do we have, was that Dr. Henson?
It was Karen.
Oh, Karen, sorry, Karen, thank you. Okay, so all regents that are in favor of adjournment, please use your little hand icon in Teams and hit your button, and I'll have Mrs. Duncan tell us if we have enough votes.
We do indeed have enough votes to adjourn.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you, everybody,
Thank you.
and see you all later.
bread and wondering if I can go get a Powerball ticket with Angie there.
You just need to come on to Moorhead.
It sounds like we all need to, and let Miss Wendy do the cooking for us.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be happy to. That's my happy place is in the kitchen.
If y'all are okay, I'll definitely get things started. I know we're running a little bit behind. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see a lot of shaking heads there. Thank you all for allowing me to chair today's meeting. With that, I'd like to call to order today's Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee. The time I'm showing right now is currently 2:49 p.m. I believe that we've saved the best committee for last. The press was notified of this meeting for November 25th. On November 25th of 2020. Ms. Pam Duncan, our general counsel, will be serving as the parliamentarian. Before we begin this meeting, Ms. Pam, would you want to review anything with the members about some helpful reminders to raise their hand, et cetera, as we have been doing before?
Right. So I think I sent out a new notice on how we would be conducting regular votes. So for adjournment, for commencement, for declaring a quorum, all you need to do is make sure your camera is activated and please raise your little team's hand. If you can't find your team's hand, just raise your regular hand and we can declare a quorum at that point. Also, remember, try to keep your microphone muted if you're not talking so that outside noise does not disturb us. And I think we're all ready. Chair Girdler will look for your hand if you have questions, and he will recognize you to speak. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Duncan. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing everyone in person and these meetings returning to that format. As much of a blessing as it can be at times to be able to communicate through these different mechanisms that we have as far as Zoom and things of that nature go, nothing can ever replace the in-person meetings and the dialogue that we were able to have being together there. I would like to begin with welcoming a new regent to our academic committee. As you all may remember, Meredith Walters had to resign, and we are very excited to have Simon joining us from Bluegrass Community and Technical College School. Simon, out of fear of potentially mispronouncing your beautiful name, I just wanted to recognize you, allow you to share that with the board. We are so excited to have you on board. Thank you for your willingness to participate, and please feel free to ask questions and to be an active participant in the committee meeting today. With that, I would love to open the floor and just see if you have a few words you'd like to share with everyone.
Thank you so much. My name is Tambidela Gwili. I'm very sure it's very hard to pronounce, but it's Tambidela Gwili Samek Simozindo, and I'm just grateful to be here, and then thank you guys for the opportunity.
Simon, very grateful to have you as a part of this, and again, very excited for you to be participating with us. The minutes have been distributed to everyone. You should have the agenda materials in front of you. If there are no corrections, would like to, or no additions, anything of that nature, just want to make sure that everyone has those. Any questions? Just looking for an approval of that from the September 17th meeting.
So moved.
Second, Gail Henson, second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
If you will raise your little hands, we will see. We have all members present appear to have voted yes, so we carry this motion that the minutes are approved.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Thank you, everyone. We have some great presentations and information in front of us today for action items in particular. Just as kind of a friendly reminder, the order which we will use today and have used in the past is you will see a recommendation. You will then be witness to the presentation. Then we'll be looking for a motion and a second, any discussion, any Q&A, and then if appropriate, we will go forward from there and take a vote. from everyone. Our first action item is ratification of a new credit certificate program. The recommendation being that the Board of Regents ratify the approval of this program. Again, that is listed in your agenda materials. And I'd like to call upon Dr. Chris Williams to provide some additional information. Dr. Williams.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to the committee, and thank you, Chair Girdler, for the opportunity to present the approval of new certificate programs. I apologize. I think there's a little lag on my internet today, so hopefully we can just keep moving through here. Since we have new members on the committee, I want to provide a brief frame of reference. KCTCS has 110 technical programs of study. Each program of study includes credentials students can earn, certificates, a diploma, and/or an associate's degree. Many times, if the program leads to the associate's degree, there's also an opportunity to earn a diploma under that degree as a terminal degree itself, or possibly earn one or more embedded certificates along the way. The certificate may also stand alone as the sole piece of the program. And just as a reference, a diploma includes the same technical coursework as an associate's degree, but does not include the 15 or so hours of general education coursework that provides additional workforce effectiveness skill development, such as communication and critical thinking. And the diploma may also include embedded certificates. The certificates a student can earn in the program have value unto themselves and can often be used as a starting point into employment. The student can then build on these certificates to earn the diploma or degree. In order to enhance the system's responsiveness to business and industry, Board of Regents Policy 4.11 states that the KCTCS president may approve new credit certificate programs upon recommendation by the KCTCS chancellor. And then the Board of Regents ratifies the approval of those certificate programs at its next regularly scheduled meeting. This policy provides colleges the ability to quickly add and offer a certificate if there's local business or industry need. Note that we also close degree programs or quit offering certificates if there's no longer value in that credential, and an updated report on those credentials will be given at the March meeting. There are 41 certificates beginning on page 16 that were approved by the KCTCS president at 12 of our colleges that we're asking you to consider and ratify today. Owensboro especially has a number of embedded fire science and plumbing technology certificates added to their catalog based on feedback from their program advisory committee and the fire commission. Henderson, as an example, added pharmacy technician under its health science technology program, which can help get unemployed individuals back to work quickly. I recommend ratification of these certificates with my thanks and would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Are there any questions from the members of the board? Not seeing any, not hearing any. I don't see any little hands popping up there. We'll move forward, and I'd like to call for a motion, please, that the Academic Affairs recommend this to the Board of Regents to ratify the approval of this certificate program.
I'll make a motion.
So moved.
Barry.
Let's see, I believe we have a motion by Regent Martin. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Dr. Fultz. Not seeing any other questions, concerns, hands raised. I'd like to call for a vote. Ms. Duncan?
Yes, and this will be a roll call vote, so please make sure your camera is activated. I will say your name if you'll repeat your name and your vote. Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Chris Girdler, aye.
Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Fultz.
Angela Fultz, aye.
Regent Damaris.
Regent Damaris, aye.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Regent Fletcher, aye.
And Simon, I am going to call you Simon. Regent Simon.
Yes, Simon, aye.
Regent Barry Martin.
This is Barry, yes.
Regent Tammy Thompson,
Thompson, yes.
and Board Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
The vote is unanimous. The proposition carries.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. Thank you all for the votes there. Our second action item, again, is revolving around college candidates for credentials. The recommendation, as you can see, is that we approve the awarding of the KCTCS college candidates for degrees, diplomas, ratifying these certificates as presented in the supplemental booklet. Dr. McCall has quite a bit of information to present on this. Dr. McCall, whenever you are ready, please move forward.
Thank you, Chair Gertler. Good afternoon, everyone. The college's candidates for credential report list for July 18, 2020 through October of this year represents 6,978 credential requests. Of those, 5,250 are unduplicated. In the area of certificates, we have 4,658, of which 3,008 are unduplicated. In the area of diplomas, we have 381. Of those, 325 were noted unduplicated. The area of associate in arts, 666, of which 666 were unduplicated. In the area of associate in science, 454, of which there were 454 unduplicated as well. And in the area of associate in applied science, we have 802, excuse me, of which 791 are unduplicated. And finally, in the area of associate in fine arts, we have from Bluegrass Community and Technical College, 3 in the area of theater, 8 in the area of filmmaking and cinematic arts. At Owensboro Community and Technical College, 2 in the area of visual arts. And at West Kentucky Community and Technical College, there were 2 in visual arts. Chair Girdler, this ends my report for the July through October candidates for credentials.
Thank you very much, Dr. McCall. Are there any questions at this stage? Not seeing or hearing any. The motion under consideration will be that this particular committee recommend to the overall Board of Regents the approval of awarding the college candidates the degrees, the diplomas, and ratify the certificates as has been presented. These will be awarded to the candidates upon certification that the requirements have been satisfactorily completed. Is there a motion out there at this time?
So moved.
Was that Dr. Fultz?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Dr. Fultz. Do we entertain a second?
Second.
Second by Lisa.
Yes.
Seeing no further questions, would like to call for a vote. Ms. Duncan?
Yes, roll call vote again. I begin with Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Chris Girdler, aye.
And Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Fultz.
Angela Fultz, aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Lisa Damaris, aye.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Wendy Fletcher, aye.
Regent Simon. Simon, you're muted.
Yeah, Regent Simon, aye.
Regent Barry Martin.
Barry Martin, aye.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Tammy Thompson, aye.
And Board Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, aye.
The vote is unanimous. The proposition carries.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. Thank you all members for that unanimous vote. Our third action item of the day in front of us is that the Board of Regents approve an associate in applied science in surgical technology for Ashland Community and Technical College. This would be implemented in the fall of 2021. And Dr. Williams, if you may, please proceed.
Thank you so much. The Council on Post-Secondary Education has given the KCTCS Board of Regents the authority to approve new programs of study for KCTCS colleges. For our new committee members, the university's new programs are actually approved by their board and then by the council. So this can be approval of an existing program that's already taking place at another institution or a brand new program that's not ever been offered at any KCTCS college. Just for your information, the total numbers of programs approved since we started in 1998 is 4,866. And of those, 1,473 have been suspended along the way. Our colleges make a real effort to be meeting the current and projected workforce development needs in their area. I have the pleasure of introducing you today from Ashland Community and Technical College to represent the program proposal, College President and CEO, Dr. Larry Ferguson, Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Todd Brand, and Surgical Tech Program Coordinator, Ms. Heather Cantrell. And the floor is yours, Dr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see some of you, if even virtually. Many of you I know and many I don't. Hope I get to meet in person at some point. As Dr. Williams stated, we're seeking approval from the Board of Regents for an Associate in Applied Science in Surgical Technology to be implemented in the fall of 2021. ACTC actually began offering a diploma in surgical technology in the fall of 1993. So we've been at this for some time. In 1995, that program became accredited by something called the Accreditation Review Council on Education in Surgical Technology. The abbreviation is ARCSTSA. And our certification for our 2019 cohort was 100%. So this has been an extremely successful program for us. This accreditation through the ARCSTSA ensures the program is in alignment with our healthcare partners in the region and nationally. If you're not aware, in Northeast Kentucky, healthcare is actually our largest and most prominent sector, and one of the sectors focused on by the state in multiple plans and initiatives. Our partners here, particularly for this program, include, and I know Dr. Fletcher and others will be aware of some of these entities, but King's Daughters Medical Center, Cabell Huntington Hospital, St. Mary's Medical Center, Southern Ohio Medical Center, and we have a unique partnership with the Mountain Health Network in West Virginia to also provide internships and hire many of our graduates from the surgical technology program. So we're closely aligned with their needs. Looking forward for the program, in this region, we pay a little less than we do in some of the areas where the Regents are from. $40,000 annually for our graduates is on average, and they're projecting 200 positions by 2026. Our program has a 12-to-1 student to instructor ratio, so we only graduate anywhere from 8 to 12 each year out of the program. The reason why we're asking for taking this program to degree status is the ARCSTSA has informed us that all accredited institutions should award a minimum of an associate's degree at the completion of the program by August 2021. So this request is in a direct alignment with their request that we make this a degree program versus a diploma program. Students must graduate from an accredited program such as ours to be able to sit for the National Board of Surgical Technology and Surgical Assisting Certification exam and licensure. So our request to the Board of Regents to make this a degree program is necessary for us to continue to graduate students and then to be able to sit for their national certification. As this is just a request for a change in credential, there are no additional program costs to the college beyond what is already being budgeted or expended for the program. Our 5-year expenditures are projected at $391,000. We estimate revenue at $396,000, so we are in a comfortable place with where the program is financially. Our request is clearly aligned with the missions of KCTCS, ACTC, and supports many of the state and regional workforce development plans. And with that being said, I'm going to ask Dr. Todd Brand, who is to my right, And I'll put my mask back on. But Dr. Brand is to my right to provide some additional information on the program.
Excuse me, Dr. Ferguson. Regent
Yes.
Fletcher has a question, if she may.
Sure.
I was just going to say, so they do have to have a degree to sit for a national board?
That is going to be the expectation from the ARCSTSA. So unless we go to a degree program, they will no longer accredit our program here at the college. And once that happens, it's our understanding, of course, from the accrediting agency that unless it is a degree program and is accredited, they will not be allowed to sit for the NBSTSA.
Is that the only one that's requiring it? Because I know an awful lot of surgical assistants who do not have degrees who are able to work and even bill for their services. I just want to make sure that we're not funneling everybody through one certifying body if there are others out there who would not require those extra hours or that that degree in order to do the same job.
I'm not aware of any other accrediting bodies. I do know that with the partners that we provide, this is the certification that they request that our students have. So I'm not aware of any other accrediting bodies or what their requirements might be. We can ask Heather Cantrell, the program coordinator, that question. Heather, if you're on the call, you can respond, which you should be. But this is the certification that I know specifically even with KDMC that they're telling us they will want those students to have.
Thank you. Regent Damaris has a question also.
Yeah, actually, it's reflective of what Regent Fletcher just said. I want to make sure I'm clear in what I'm understanding. I believe, Dr. Williams, you said that the difference between a diploma and a degree is 12 credits. Is that right? Is that number correct, Dr. Williams?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. This degree would be around 48 for the diploma and 60 for the associates.
Right, so there's about a 12 credit difference, 48 versus
15
60.
usually, yes.
15. And those are general education courses,
Yes.
basically?
Usually. Each program's a little bit different. That's a generality, yes, ma'am.
So this is a technical program, and as I understand it, this ARCSTSA is saying they're no longer going to accept folks who have not completed these additional general education program credits. I'm trying to figure out why. What is the benefit to asking our students to go another 12, 15 credits in general education to the job they're going to eventually do? I'm not clear as to what the point is.
I cannot speak directly to that. Is Ms. Cantrell on the call? She would have the most direct communication. So we'll let her answer that if you don't mind. Heather?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So my understanding is that it's a nationally wide requirement that they're wanting to fulfill for us, for our students, and for every KCTCS and every state other than ours program to be an associate's degree, so that it raises kind of a bar of expectation for the students that we output. So it's not just, I don't know how to maybe explain that a little bit better. Just maybe a higher standard of education when they graduate.
Tell me again, I'm sorry, tell me again the accrediting body.
So through KHEP, which is the health programs, the ARCSTSA, a council review crediting for surgical technology and surgical assisting, they are the accrediting body, or they do the reviews for the KHEP. Does that make sense? I'm sorry if it's.
So this is in our board materials, and the link from KHEP is that ARC STSA. It's the largest accreditor of surgical technology, and it's sponsored by the American College of Surgeons, the Association of Surgical Technologists. This happened to us in our physical therapy assistant programs. I know at Bellarmine, we used to give a PT tech, a PT undergraduate, and the accrediting organization said everybody had to have a DPT. So now physical therapists have to have, even though you can be a physical therapist without just through the skills, but the additional credentials gives you other different dispositions and attributes. So in looking on the curriculum that you all submitted, I see more sciences and more things that make you effective in your communication within the, just looking at those things on page 10 through 14. That's very helpful.
So I have a follow-up question as well. Then anyone who currently holds a diploma who is actively working, as Regent Fletcher mentioned, there are people out there working. Are they then required to go back to school in order to get an associate's degree, or are they grandfathered in?
They will be grandfathered in.
They would be. And so I guess I go back to Regent Fletcher's question. I understand that this is not a field I'm very, in depth with. I don't work in the medical field, but this is an accrediting organization that's obviously been in use for a long time. Are there other accrediting organizations that would be equally comparative that may not require this additional instruction?
There is an NCCT. I'm not familiar with their requirements but I do believe it's going to be across the board for all surg techs to eventually have that degree.
May I just add a comment to the discussion? I understand and appreciate the concern from the regents around the additional 15 to 18 credit hours. There are a couple of benefits to students. One is that it does make the degree more transferable in the sense that another institution could put a 2-year degree on top of it without the student having to necessarily go back and make up the hours at the university, the gen ed hours at the university at a higher cost. Separately, certainly Ashland can look at other certification or bodies. We find that all of the certifying bodies are really pushing higher standards. In fact, community colleges for about the last 5 years have been pushing to hold the registered nurse at the 2-year instead of the 4-year. So, you can take the NCLEX at the end of 2 years and then complete your bachelor's degree rather than only being able to take the NCLEX at the end of 4 years. This seems to be kind of a general push around many of the healthcare professions. I don't know if that's because of different magnet statuses for the hospitals or what, but this is becoming the norm in many of the healthcare fields.
Regent Fletcher.
So my concern, and I appreciate all of that, and I understand that as nurse practitioners kind of went through a very similar thing in a few years ago. Doctorally prepared people are kind of now, more of a norm, and I get that. But at the same time, I think that the mission of KCTCS is really to improve the lives of Kentuckians. And part of that is through our mission to get people into the workforce. And I feel like that we're now going to push another 15 hours. And I have an opinion on why, they're all kind of pushing that. Education seems to be the new cash cow. And I don't want us to limit people's ability to get into the workforce by requiring them to have an additional 15 hours before they can get out there, apply for certification, and get into the workforce. I think it's great for people who do want to stack that diploma into a degree at a 4-year institution or whatever. But what I would love to see is for us to continue offering the programs that would get them quickly into the workforce and then allow them to go ahead and advance that at their own pace and not limit them from being able to work for another 15 hours or another semester or 2 sometimes, to get that done. My other comment or question is, are we also going to lobby for a change to KRS 311878, which says that to be eligible to hold a certification as a surgical technician in the state of Kentucky, that they can have that NSAA or the LCCST certification in order to be able to apply for licensure in our state. So, you know, it does us no good to force people into a degree program if there are still going to be people out there who can be done 15 hours sooner than them and undercut them into the job market by finishing first. I want everybody to be able to make that choice for themselves. And I think that sometimes when we push these degree programs into another semester or two or another 15 or 20 hours, that sometimes we limit people's potential to get out there into the workforce.
So may I suggest, maybe, I know there's more that Ashlyn would want to speak to, but may I suggest a couple of things? One is that were you to approve this AAS today, it would not remove the college's ability to offer the diploma while we work through the best accrediting opportunities and look at the legislation, the KRS statutes that you referenced. So you would give, you would give them permission to offer it in the fall if it's needed, but the diploma would still be in place. I don't know when they'll start enrolling students, so they will need to make a decision soon, but because the board will not meet again until March, it would allow them some flexibility if they are absolutely going to have to move forward in this way. Separately, as Ashlyn continues to give its report, may I suggest that if there are any embedded certificates in this program that allow people to work while they're in the program, that you include those so that we understand the path that the students take. Perhaps we can leave it at that for now, let Ashlyn finish and then continue the discussion, except that I see that Dr. Henson had a question or comment also.
I think what you suggest, Chris, is a good way to proceed with this. Whether or not that's the only certification is one thing, but having this as an option sounds like an enviable degree for people who may want to go on later on. So I think moving ahead with this makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Chair Henson. I think we have some other hands raised. Dr. Fultz?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, there's no plans to deactivate the embedded diplomas, are there? From Ashland, are they planning to keep the diplomas or are they going to deactivate those?
But we certainly can.
We certainly can. I would like to add just to the conversation, very, very insightful, but we will say that our largest employer is KDMC, and we've been assured by them they want this particular certification. And we have individuals who apply for positions there who are now reaching back to the college, and they have to have confirmation that our program was accredited for them to even set for the national exam. So even those that have graduated years before with just a diploma are now asking for verification from us that our program was accredited, which it was, to qualify them to sit for that exam, even though they have job experience. So there appears to be a request from the sector that they want this particular certification, at least in our area, and that they will not hire without it. So offering the diploma for those who choose to, of course we can do that. That's really wouldn't be difficult for us to do, but I'm not sure what their job opportunities are going to be, particularly here in this part of the state.
Thank you for that input. Regent Fletcher, do you have another question?
Just a comment. So another opportunity for people to get this certification and licensure in our state is to have military experience. Does the college, is it like other programs where people come in with military experience where they could have credit hours applied for experience coming out of the military?
Yes, they certainly could. We are very aggressively pursue prior learning accreditation, and we also have someone who focuses just on that here at the college. But I'll be quite honest, we've not had one person come to us with that sort of a background and request that at this time.
Regent Damaris, did you have a question?
I did, and I think it's a matter of the way that I read the materials that were sent to us. I'm looking at one bullet in particular, it's on the screen right now. And it says, in terms of financial needs, the surgical technology program currently has a budget that is a part of an existing general fund budget for programs housed in the academic affairs unit of the college. The program will require no additional funds to move from diploma to AAS status. I'm keying in on that last sentence. The way I read that sentence tells me that you're asking for an approval to stop offering a diploma and to require this to become an AAS. And I'm just having some real difficulty with an either or situation. I think there's been some commentary so far over the last couple of minutes saying let's allow the folks to continue to offer the diploma. I very much respect Dr. Fletcher's opinions and her guidance, since this is an area of expertise for her. You know, I don't know that every person who gets a surgical technology diploma from KCTCS works in Kentucky or even West Virginia. Maybe they go somewhere else, and maybe that's acceptable. And so I guess I don't want to be limiting. I'm not necessarily opposed to approving an AAS program, but I would be opposed to discontinuing a diploma and and basically just saying, no, you can't have a diploma anymore. You can only do the AAS, I guess, if I'm being clear. If I'm not, please be clarified. But I just feel like an either or situation puts the student in a position where they have to pay more money and do more schooling because of one accrediting organization.
We're certainly not opposed to continuing to offer the diploma, but it is our understanding, again, from the ARCS-TSA, that a diploma graduate could not set for the national certification.
Okay, can I make one more comment? I promise, please. Chris, I will be quiet very shortly, but I have a little bit of a burr right now for this accreditation stuff. And it's because I do think it is the new, like I said, the new cash cow. It costs more and more and more to get certified and to keep certification. Would there be a way, Larry and Heather, for, because I know that surgical assistants have to have, they recertify, I think, like is it every 2 years now? And in order to, go ahead.
They've changed it, yes, to every 2 years now.
It's every 2 years now. So in order to get that recertification, they don't have to sit for a board again. So I'm really confused about that comment that people are coming back asking about the program being accredited so that they can take their exam. They do have to have 60 hours, I think, of re-education or CEUs, continuing education, to maintain their licensure or their certification once they get it. So would there be a way, and I'm just trying to be creative, would there be a way for you to offer a course that they could take that would both meet their CE requirement and at the same time meet one of those, maybe a 3-hour spot in advancing this to this degree program or whatever, so that you could kind of dovetail their efforts to recertify with also eventually obtaining that degree? Or do we put a time frame around it and say, no, if you don't get all 15 hours within 2 years, it isn't good anymore? Do you know what I'm asking? Does that make sense?
Ms. Cantrell or Dr. Ferguson, please feel free to respond or answer that question.
That sounds like a very creative solution, but I'll have to defer to Heather on whether or not that's possible or not.
I'm not sure that they're gonna allow that to be possible, like, because the recertification, once they take their certification exam, they're certified now, which is going to be for 2 years. Then they do all the CEUs, which is now going to be 30 over 2 years, instead of, it used to be 60 over 4 years. So they've just split that time. So I'm not sure that they're going to allow that as, I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure if they're going to allow something like that.
Regent Fletcher, was that helpful?
No. But
I'm so sorry.
I'll keep researching. I'll keep looking at. I'm just trying to find a way to get people quickly into work. I mean, surgical techs make pretty good money, and most of the hospitals in our area. Larry's right. You know, King's Daughters usually doesn't have enough people. St. Clair doesn't have enough people, especially in this COVID world. You know, where elective procedures were kind of done away with for a while. Now they're all kind of overwhelmed trying to catch all that up. So they're having a hard time staffing the ORs. But I'm just not aware of anybody coming out saying, well, I've got to go back to school for another 15 hours to be able to work. It's the opposite. They're begging people to come out of retirement to fill these positions and to do whatever they can to very quickly get into the workforce. And I just hate piling up another 15 hours on people if it's not absolutely necessary. I also know that NCCSA isn't the only path to becoming a licensed surgical tech in Kentucky. So I'm just saying, I think we need to explore those other options. And like I said, I have concerns about the wording that makes it sound like we're doing away with the diploma completely. So that's just my 2 cents, and I promise I am now going to hush.
So Tammy Thompson, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, Regent Fletcher, please know that we value and respect your opinion, in particularly on this particular wheelhouse. So please, if you have other questions, don't hesitate. I believe that Regent Thompson has a question or a comment.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I kind of wanted to get back. I know that I've said this many times, and I'm sure you have the letters of support. But, you know, it's one of those things where one of the things that we say is that, you know, will these companies have a hiring preference if they have this degree versus the diploma in your area? And we don't really know that. We know that you're saying, you know, that they have given you this information. But for me, I like to see those letters of support. I like to see it from those companies, from those hospitals. I don't even know if you could get one from the accrediting body that we're talking about. But, you know, if there's a hiring preference for those that have the associate degree versus the diploma, to me, that makes a difference. You know, if those companies and those hospitals say that from your area, it would just be good to read and see what the companies are actually saying.
I agree, Regent Thompson. Thank you for that. Chair Henson, do you have a question or comment?
Yes, thank you. Having been on accreditation boards and audit reports for people who fail accreditation for many years, I do take seriously the importance of any institution complying with whether it's SACS or NCATE or whatever, in this case, the whatever accrediting body. So I think this is an important standard to have. And I, as a 38-year educator in the college sector, I just see accreditation as being almost non-negotiable. And looking on page 16 with the statement that all sponsoring institutions will need to have this accreditation. You know, I don't see that as necessarily a way to make money so much as quality. You know, as more and more jobs are in the information and require more education, whether it's in robotics or in manufacturing, the fact that we have technical programs that go from both a certificate and a credential, and you can embed those into an associate's program, and then they can transfer. You know, that's what we're looking at the total picture of both workforce development and higher education. So I would just say, as an academic, I know what goes into creating a program like this, and I see this as a win for the students. You know, they can probably work part-time as an almost surgical tech, you know, and work in the field, but this will give them a leg up and a leg out.
Thank you, Chair Henson. Regent Damaris, did you have a question?
Yes, not really a question, but a comment. I really truly appreciate the discussion on this item because I think it's the kind of discussion that is so incredibly important that we have. What I am asking for based on this discussion is that there be some additional work done, additional due diligence done before we are asked to vote on this particular item. I have heard questions about, is this the only accrediting association? Yes or no? Probably no. Are there other pathways to get this particular training? Yes, probably yes. Are there other places besides the 3 or 4 hospitals that we are employing people at who might, accept this diploma as it exists today? Probably. I don't know the answer to that. I feel like there's just not enough data for me to just, say, yay, go ahead, put this thing in, get rid of the diploma, cost students more money and give them an associate's. I love associate's degrees. That's wonderful, but I love working people too. And I gotta be with Regent Fletcher on this. If these folks can work, if there's a shortage of workers, I just don't have enough data to feel comfortable asking students to pay more money. I really don't. And so give me some more data, give me some more research, tell me about other accrediting agencies that maybe we can use. Give me letters of support, as Regent Thompson has mentioned. Just give me some more before I could feel comfortable favoring this. So that's kind of where I stand on it.
Thank you, Regent Damaris. And Regent Fultz, I believe you were next.
Yes, thank you. I think I heard Dr. Ferguson say that they were open to considering keeping the diploma as well as asking for approval for the AAS. Is that correct, Dr. Ferguson?
I did say that, Dr. Fultz, but I'm not sure if we were to stay with our current accrediting body. I mean, if we could possibly, the college make the decision to offer the diploma, but that I don't know that they would be able to benefit from the accreditation of the program because they're saying those students have to have an associate degree. We've had this accreditation since 1995.
I was just thinking of maybe a good compromise being, to approve the AAS, but also keep the diploma, that might be a way to kind of alleviate some of the concerns that have been raised while also allowing the AAS to proceed for students, particularly if they want to stack credentials when they go on to a bachelor's degree, perhaps.
Heather, do you think that would be a concern?
I was just thinking of a compromise on the wording that, maybe keeping the diploma would ease some of the concerns about approving an AAS.
So,
Ms. Cantrell, the floor is yours if you have any comments on that.
I'm honestly not sure if our accrediting body will allow us to do both because they're requiring the AAS for our program or for all Surge Tech programs nationwide, honestly. And it really, I know that students who graduate from our program and earn their certificate, once they sit for that exam, they can work nationally, not just in Kentucky. So that's a certificate and a degree that they can take with them nationally, and it is very transferable. So I am not sure that they will approve the keeping of both.
Is this, just as a follow-up to that, this program is, you're asking for an implementation in the fall, correct?
Yes. However, for us, when we start January and finish in December, so that would actually implement for us January 2022 for our exact program.
Is there a way to possibly get some answers to some of these questions and reconsider in March? Would that be another alternative that might answer some of the questions that some of the other regions have raised?
We can definitely look into all your questions and get as many answers as we can.
I just wanted to put that out there as another alternative, is that we could table till March and it would not affect your implementation date.
Tabling to March will not hurt their request to SAC COC, their information to CPE, or their desire to be able to start recruiting in fall for a January start if you want to take it to March for approval.
I just think that might alleviate some of the concerns when we have, you know, some more additional information rather than actually taking a vote up or down right now.
Thank you, Regent Fultz. Dr. Williams, did you have a question or comment?
That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Regent Thompson, I believe I saw your hand up there.
I would like to to put my vote for what Angela had said, because now, you know, something else that, like Regent Damaris said, you know, that one line right now says, you know, that there's not either way. And if we wait till March, then we can get the answers to that, if we can do both or not, because right now, you know, I wouldn't feel comfortable voting to say with this simply because it says one and not a possibility if we could have both. So.
Thank you, Regent Thompson. Ms. Duncan, I believe you put your hand up there, and I've got a question as far as Robert's Rules of Order using the wording of table. Tabling this may not be the accurate terminology to use here, but please also any questions, comments you had.
Right. So that's what I wanted to make sure that this committee is aware of the proper ask that it is making. If you table something, it is for an indefinite period of time, and you will have to make a motion again to bring it back up. If you postpone until a specific time, then you do not have to make a motion to bring it back up. You have directed that it be on the next agenda or the following agenda, whenever it is that you definitely want to hear it again. So the proper motion would actually be a postponement until the March board meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. That's very helpful. I was thinking along those same lines as well. Are there any other questions? Regent Martin, I'm sorry, I'm seeing your hand up there, sir.
Oh, that's okay. I just think that we have really beat this up. And I think in the future, you know, when they bring something to us, these options have already been exhausted. And if an accrediting program is saying we have to adopt or adapt, then I don't think there's a lot we can do about that.
Thank you, Regent Martin.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. Ms. Duncan, did you come back in there?
Yes, I did. And this is sort of substantive, but it's legal as well. I would like to piggyback on what Regent Martin said. We need to be careful and get to not approve a program that we will send students through and then determine that they cannot find employment afterwards. So if the accrediting agency is what is going to determine the employability just from a legal standpoint, so that's all I'm talking about, we would face legal liability if we permit a program to go forward, but then at the end of that program, say the diploma program, we are unable to place our students for employment. So that's just one consideration from the legal standpoint. How you proceed is up to you, whether you postpone or approve it.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. And I want to say I really value and respect the conversation, the dialogue that has taken place. I think this has all been extremely healthy. I think this is good. Again, I wish it was in person, to say the least, but definitely appreciate and value the conversation that is taken here. I've learned a lot. This is outside my wheelhouse, so to speak. But Regent Fletcher, I believe I just saw your hand pop back up there.
I lied. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm sitting here looking at the KHEP website right now on surgical assisting. And it says that the education program length ranges from 12 to 24 months and that the prerequisites are, and it lists a certificate as a surgical technologist or a a certified nurse for the OR or a PAC with a current certification as potential prerequisites. It does list a bachelor or higher, an associate or higher, or 3 years with 3 years of recent experience. But then it lists that CST, CNOR, PAC, those current certifications otherwise. Again, I think I would feel better if I just saw that letter from them saying you have to have this. It cannot be a diploma. It has to be a degree. And then I would not have any issue with it. I just think that they're, as most professions do, they would like to prop up with whether it's quality, whether it's just the designation with the degree. They feel like that strengthens, and of course it does. Any degree would strengthen that educational background of those folks. I understand that. But again, if our mission is really to help people get into the workforce to improve their lives, I just don't know that this is the right answer right now. I'm not saying I wouldn't vote for it eventually, but right now I think I need more information.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. And I have a tendency to agree with Ms. Duncan as far as the wording of what the motion may be coming forward. Obviously, after the conversation here, it's without question that more information is needed, more information is sought. I believe Regent Fultz has a great suggestion there from the compromise that we look at postponing this until the March 18th agenda just to gather more information. Regent Thompson, do you still have your hand up there? I apologize. Was that okay? Regent Fultz?
I would like to make the motion to postpone until the March meeting for the consideration of the program. That wording okay, Ms. Duncan?
Yes, that is perfect.
Thank you, Regent Fultz. Do we have a second on that?
I would like to second that, Regent Damaris.
Thank you, Regent Damaris. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Duncan, would you like to call the roll, please?
Yes. Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Chris Girdler, aye.
Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Fultz.
Dr. Angela Fultz, aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Regent Lisa Damaris, aye.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Regent Fletcher, aye.
Regent Simon.
Regent Simon, aye.
Regent Barry Martin.
Barry Martin, aye.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Thompson, aye.
And Board Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, aye.
All right, the vote is unanimous to postpone until the March meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Dr. Ferguson, staff, Ms. Cantrell, thank you all so much for your time here today. Congratulations on the great things taking place in Ashland. I believe I read recently where you all received an abandoned mineland grant for King Daughters Hospital to help with the medical needs in that particular region. So congratulations on that as well. And thanks for the work that you guys do. Do you all have any other further comments before we move on to the next section here?
No, thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
I would also like to express my thanks to Ashland. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Regent Fultz. Not seeing any other comments. Let's move on to action item number 4. The recommendation coming in front of you is that the Board of Regents will approve proposed revisions to the KCTCS policy. We had this as a informational item only at the last board meeting, and I'd like to call upon Dr. Williams to present the next agenda item, please. Dr. Williams, you're muted.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do just want to add, as we're completing the previous item, that the discussion was really helpful and will add additional guidance to the colleges as they prepare programs to bring forward. This action item is to revise, as was said, Board of Regents Policy 4.11, which is the policy on program approval. As I shared in our earlier discussion of certificates, this policy gives the KCTCS president authority to approve new credit certificate programs upon recommendation by the chancellor. The Board of Regents then ratifies the approval of those certificate programs. Colleges have a similar situation in terms of needing often to rapidly deploy programs meeting employer need when they want to offer a new diploma. Currently, even if the institution is authorized to offer the highest credential in the program, the associate's degree, the college has to bring forward the diploma as a new program of study, which can add to the time to offer to students. In September, you heard an information item to request a change to the policy to allow diplomas under colleges' existing approved programs follow the current certificate process and be approved by the KCTCS president upon recommendation by the chancellor and then be ratified by the Board of Regents. This would in no way change the current approval process for those colleges that do not have the program or only have the certificates and are requesting to add the diploma. At the September meeting, when we discussed this, a few of the committee members stated that they appreciated hearing from the colleges in their learning about the diplomas and better understanding industry need as the colleges requested and made their presentations. So to try and bridge the need between colleges' desire to try to quickly deploy programs sometimes, and to ensure that this committee has the desired information on the programs, we have talked with academic council, all of the chief academic officers at each college, about developing a new form to capture more information around the diploma request when it's submitted to be shared. So currently you see a list of the certificates. You would see that list of certificates, plus then if there were any diploma requests, a larger up to one-page overview of that diploma and the rationale for its approval. So that's the request, is to consider that policy and to consider adding diplomas, if they're already in an approved program, to the college's ability to approve. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, the recommendation is to amend Board of Regency's policy 4.11.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, for that presentation. Are there any questions, comments, concerns? Regent Fultz?
Yes, I was all for this policy. As somebody that's written curriculum for the past 14 years for KCTCS, I think this is great. But now I felt a little skittish after that last discussion when we talked about a diploma. And Pam, can you help out a little bit with that liability or legality of offering something that may not have employability? And can you just expand on that a little bit? Because this would be giving up some oversight of approval for that, for us.
Right. Excuse me. I do think this is a little bit different than that, in that what you are saying is that you are giving something in addition to, rather than limiting it to only one particular credential. So I think this would not have the same effect as before in the other discussion. What we were talking about is national accreditation and testing, whereas here we're talking about if you have earned a certain level, then you might also earn another level. And so it really is, in my point of view, legally a benefit to the student rather than a detriment.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan.
Our students can still stop out though at the diploma, though it's not earned after the AAS. It would be a stop out prior to earning an AAS.
Right, and I think that's where advising and Dr. Williams could probably discuss this more, but I think with clear advising that what is best for the student would be clear to them. Whereas in the other situation, it's more about we're offering something that we know potentially does not lead to employability.
I just wanted to, because of our last conversation, kind of clarify that, because honestly, I'm all for this. It makes our life a whole lot easier if we can get a diploma approved when it's embedded. Honestly, a lot of faculty are surprised that it's not an automatic thing when you get an AAS, that you don't have the embedded credential and you have to go back and get another approval for that. So I'm all for this from that.
If I may add, Dr. Fultz, the information that we would be bringing forward to the KCTCS president and for ratification would require that they describe the jobs available and why, the rationale for the diploma versus the already approved degree. Did an employer want it? Is it to get a student more quickly into the workforce, as was the concern in the previous discussion? So thank you.
Regent Damaris.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. I absolutely feel the complete opposite on this one that I did on the previous one, because the way I interpret this is that we now currently give the authority through the Chancellor and the President the ability to authorize certificates so that we can get people in classes and get them educated and get them jobs, and that the board can then ratify that after the fact. As I understand this request, it's basically the same process, but for a diploma, which I guess sort of sits between a certificate and an associate's degree. And I think that it doesn't cost our students any more money necessarily. Of course, if they want to go just to the certificate level, then that's where they can go. If they want to spend a little more money and get the diploma, then there should be data that says that there's employers who are willing to pay them a little bit more for getting that diploma. But we're not forcing our students to go sort of upward toward another 12, 15, 18 credits, whatever it needs to be in order to be employed. So I would say this is a resounding yes on my perspective. It does seem kind of silly to me that we're not already allowing it. To Regent Fultz's comment, and I would thoroughly endorse this change to this policy.
Thank you, Regent Damaris. Regent Thompson?
I would agree with Regent Damaris, and I know that I say this over and over, and I know that that you all completely understand it and agree that those letters of support that we get are very important to how we see, not just from the colleges, but from the business and industry and from those companies. And that goes a long way for me.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, concerns, comments? Not seeing any. We definitely will entertain a motion.
As a curriculum writer, I would love to make this motion.
Thank you, Dr. Fultz. Do we have a second?
Second. Dr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. Ms. Duncan, would you care to conduct a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Chris Girdler, aye.
Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Fultz.
Dr. Angela Fultz, aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Regent Damaris, resounding aye.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Dr. Fletcher, aye.
Regent Simon.
Regent Simon, aye, I agree.
Regent Barry Martin.
Barry Martin, aye.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Thompson, aye.
And Board Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, aye.
The vote is unanimous. The policy passes.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan, for that. Moving right along, we have an informational item here. And Dr. Williams, I would like to ask you to please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair Girdler. This discussion serves as an information item to the committee in hopes of approval for a policy change to Board of Regents Policy 4.12, which involves graduation requirements at the March 2021 board meeting. Our faculty are very active around policy, so we are bringing forward several to you, at many different times. During the 2019-2020 year, the KCTCS Communications Curriculum Committee, which includes communication faculty from all 16 KCTCS colleges, met to discuss limitations for students transferring into communication majors at four-year institutions. As part of that discussion, it was recommended that allowing additional oral communication courses to fulfill Block 2 of the Associate in Arts degree, which is the block of courses within the degree that allows for transfer or interest electives, could provide more flexibility to students. Oral communication is also a work effectiveness skill that's valued by business and industry. After meeting with appropriate faculty groups, the General Education Curriculum Committee met in August 2020. They have more purview over those graduation requirements, and they verified their local college's support to move forward a revision to the AA requirements. All KCTCS Senate faculty governance processes to update the official curriculum were completed prior to this request to the Board of Regents to update the policy to match the curriculum revision. The new Associate of Arts curriculum would move into effect for fall 2021. This policy was last updated in 2019 to reflect other changes recommended by the General Education Committee. And so this is an information item only, and will be brought forward to this committee for a vote at the March meeting. Do you all have any questions or concerns?
Regent Damaris?
Just a question. When you talk about transfer, just remind me, are we talking about transferring the associate degree to a university program that then further advances the student to a four-year degree in communication? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, no, those communication degrees might include journalism, it might include English. There are a number of degrees that would fall under that. But yes, the associate in arts and the associate in science do not have extraordinary economic viability to the student if they do not go on for the four-year degree. It really is the first 2 years of a four-year degree.
Okay, and so are you saying that the first 2 years of a four-year degree is not being accepted by the universities?
No, I'm not saying that at all. Okay. Currently, we have, a very strong statewide transfer policy. That degree, the 60 hours, when we award that degree is completely accepted over into the university. And then there's also a piece of that degree called the General Education Core that is completely accepted by the university. But what this does is it allows students to meet graduation requirements and gives them additional flexibility to take courses that their transfer institution might require while they're at KCTCS and have them count towards their graduation requirements. It just adds to the options for students on our side, so that as they're, if I'm a good KCTCS student and I want to transfer to EKU and I want to get into their whatever program, call it journalism, they may want me to have taken some specific courses in my first 2 years at KCTCS in oral communications. And right now our graduation requirements do not honor that the way they should. So this just makes the change to allow the graduation requirements to better accept the needs of the transferring institution.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is while the degree is transferable and it can open up the door to multiple different types of bachelor's programs or bachelor's degrees, there are certain colleges who would prefer that our students take certain courses so that they can get credit for those courses, perhaps advance their acceleration when they're at the four-year institution. I think that's what I'm hearing, is that it's a benefit to the student, essentially.
It is a benefit to the student. Not only do we have this statewide agreement, we also have a number of very specific transfer paths. So Gateway with NKU, for example, has a lot of really specific pathways. So the student never loses a credit. You know, they can transfer their 2 years to NKU, but if NKU has some requirements around their bachelor's degree, they may have to take some extra credits. We want every credit to count. We don't want a student to have to take anything extra that somehow they missed in the first 2 years when they get to their recipient institution. So we're trying to give students as much flexibility as possible to work with the university, but still meet our graduation requirements from our faculty for the 2-year degree. And I don't know, Dr. Fultz may want to add to that, since she's a student, you know, she advises students quite a bit.
Well, one final comment. Then that would mean that the student is taking those credits at KCTCS, which is a lower cost to the student than at the university. Is that
Absolutely.
correct?
They save money when they get them with us. And in fact, we even try to write transfer agreements so that as the student transfers, they can take any other lower level general education with us, even as they transfer to the other institution. Our goal is to make it as easy as possible and as value driven as a proposition as possible.
Thank you. I think that's a tremendous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Damaris. Dr. Fultz?
Yes, I just wanted to add, because sometimes we use the language of, you know, block 1, block 2. Our block 2 requirements are general education requirements, and they have specified that those are in certain categories, you know, foreign language and everything. And this is just putting in oral communications, which is already general education, as an accepted gen ed for that category. And so it's not really adding anything. In fact, I think this makes it that block 2 much more flexible. Until this came through, I don't think I realized oral communication wasn't included, because I usually advise science majors. So I just think this kind of, I don't want to say kind of fixes an omission that this wasn't a general education category that was accepted in block 2 when others were.
Chair Henson?
Thank you. I think some of you know I founded the communication department at my university, and so there are accrediting guidelines for communications programs, and certainly U of K is an accredited AJMC program. And so what they would look for is public speaking, which is, I guess, your COM 105, and they would look for intro to mass communication and interpersonal communication. I'm having a meeting actually on Monday with our people at Bellarmine and the people at JCTC about this very discussion. So this is an important discussion to have. And there is a standard curriculum for accredited communication programs. So this will help our students immensely.
Thank you, Chair Henson. Any other comments or questions for Dr. Williams? Regent Thompson, is that you with your hand up?
Yeah, I just, I like the way it's worded to kind of what we've talked about the rest of this, being inclusive and or oral communications, just as being inclusive of that degree. And, you know, it's still the 6 credit hours, and they can choose that depending on what they're wanting to do. So I think this is a really good fit, and agree that it's more flexible for our students.
Thank you, Tammy. Chair Henson, did you have another question or comment?
No.
Okay, I just didn't want to overlook that. Any other questions for Dr. Williams? Not seeing any. Looking forward to hearing more about the Align project. An update on that, Dr. Williams. I think a lot of the conversation prior to definitely will lead into this about skills being more important than time, competency-based rather than time-based. So excited to learn more about this. Dr. Williams, if you wouldn't mind to please move forward.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to bring a new, exciting, and innovative project underway at KCTCS to your attention. As you've heard previously, the President's leadership team is very focused on the future of work in Kentucky and nationally. As part of this focus and in support of our 2020-2022 action plan, which supports our strategic plan, Vice Chancellor Dr. Shannon Gilkey worked with an external funder to help KCTCS look at new educational models meeting student, business, and industry need. Align is a 12-month planning project to envision an improved educational model to help students gain the knowledge and skills most relevant to current and future state, regional, and local workforce needs. And it was developed around a hypothesis that asks, what would a new flexible framework for offering education, student support, and support infrastructure look like for KCTCS? It's my pleasure to introduce you to two long-term KCTCS leaders who are serving through this process as Chancellor's Office Fellows for the Future of Work. Professor Carla Hornback from Elizabethtown Community and Technical College, and Chief Institutional Advancement Officer Mike Rogers from Owensboro Community and Technical College. I'm going to turn the program over to them. They're going to give you a quick introduction, and then in March, we'll be able to give you an update on progress. So if you would, please, Carla and Mike. Hannah, if you could go to the PowerPoint, please.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, very much. Can we move to the next slide right away, please? So I want to say good afternoon to everybody, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today and to introduce you to Project Align. Before we introduce the project, though, I would like to discuss two very important factors. So, for example, higher education is changing and a new model is emerging. So for many students, the pathway to the middle class and to stable jobs resulting in financial stability has changed. Next slide, please. In the past, there has been two paths to the middle class. First, a high school diploma would lead to a stable blue collar or white collar job with a good salary. Or path two, a bachelor's degree in almost any field meant financial stability and prosperity. Now, along with these two paths came along two rules. Rule number one, on average, more education yields more pay. And rule number two, what a person makes depends on what a person takes. Next slide, please. So, as the past paths have led us to a new path, they've also led us to a new rule. So the new path is that technology and globalization has moved the good jobs away from workers with a high school diploma in favor of more technically skilled workers. And along with this has come a new rule. And that rule is that sometimes less education is worth more. So for example, the average bachelor's degree holder earns about $61,000 a year. Now compare that to the average IT certificate holder who is working in their field. They earn about $70,000 per year. Next slide, please. So a new path with a new rule and a new economy means that students now need both academic knowledge plus technical skills to equal student success for their future. Next slide, please. So what is Align? Next slide, please. It's a time to plan, to evaluate and chart our KCTCS future. KCTCS was provided charitable funding by the Ascendium Education Group through the KCTCS Foundation to engage in a comprehensive planning process that is supported by the national experts through the Competency-Based Education Network, but it's led by KCTCS faculty and staff. Now, this funding has allowed us to design what a future educational model could look like and to evaluate what would be needed to launch and sustain such a model, and to make recommendations on whether to implement this new model based on what we learn over this year-long planning process. The funder placed KCTCS under no obligation to implement this new model. However, this funding gives KCTCS a unique opportunity to take inventory of our system so that we can look at our processes and we can look at our systems and determine what's working and what isn't working so that we can improve what we're doing. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Williams has described already, the description for the Align project is that we'll explore and create a new educational model that is aligned with knowledge and skills that are most relevant to state, regional, and local workforce needs, and to propose a feasible plan for potential implementation, which identifies the financial and human resources needed for system-wide adoption and sustainability in our general education, our technical education, and workforce solutions offerings. Next slide, please. So my colleague Mike Rogers is going to take over and help you understand more about what a new KCTCS model could look like.
So thank you, Carla. What does a KCTCS new potential model look like? Well, being honest, we don't know. That's what this planning process is for. So right now, we all know what the KCTCS mission is. And with the KCTCS mission, we know that is to enhance the quality of life and the employability of the citizens of the Commonwealth by serving as a primary provider of the college and workforce readiness, transfer education, and workforce education and training, which we commonly refer to that as many people say, a three-legged stool of our mission. Next slide, please. So knowing what the mission is, the new model must stay true to the KCTCS mission. Now more than ever, and in the future, we have to have a community that surrounds each learner with the services and supports that are needed for success, especially when you have that non-traditional student coming back. It takes greater effort to make sure they persist and complete their programs because, as we all know, life happens. The new model, as we've stated, must also be flexible to ensure that all learners can pursue an education, persisting on to completion. Next slide, please. So the new model must also have or provide instruction leading to workforce readiness. I heard it earlier today, workforce readiness is key, and the student has to demonstrate the required knowledge and skills needed by employers, not just now, but in the future. And the new model must be applicable to our current modes of delivery, including face-to-face, online, and hybrid, but it may bring into light additional new modes of delivery. Next slide, please. So in summary, Align is an educational model that's aligned to the knowledge and skills most relevant to state, regional, and local workforce needs in its general education, technical education, and workforce solutions offerings. Two things key here, relevancy and flexibility. So next slide, please. You ask yourself, well, who's involved with Align? So Align is going to be shaped by key stakeholders. That includes KCTCS faculty and staff from all 16 institutions, as well as folks from the systems office, students, employers, and industry partners, government agencies, and others across the Commonwealth. Collaborative participation through a guided 12-month planning process has support from national experts. And if you look at Align through an organizational chart, the Align project has a statewide advisory council, has support from the president's leadership team, the KCTCS cabinet. It includes 4 strands of work. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes, and a facilitation team that Carla and myself are on. So next slide, please. So I talked to you a little bit about the 4 strands of work. This is where the bulk of the work of Align happens. You have the business processes and systems strand. You have the curriculum and learning transformation strand, which is broken down into 3 substrands. That's general education substrand, the technical education substrand, and the workforce solutions substrand. Again, staying true to that 3-legged stool of our mission. You have an informational technology substrand and student services and support substrand. 2 things that are also going to be key. So if you look at the strands of work, There's more than 120 faculty and staff engaged across KCTCS planning and this new model and really forming and looking at what this new model may look like. So you ask yourself, where are we at in the process? Next slide, please. So what you see here is an aligned roadmap that started with project framing, moved into vision setting and sharing, and the yellow flag states where we currently are. The strands are currently identifying where we are currently and looking at future state across KCTCS. So we're identifying what is happening across KCTCS right now that may support the new model. We're identifying items that will not support the new model or possibly will not support the new model. And we're also developing a lexicon or a language that when we talk about this model, whether it be gen ed, technical education, or workforce, we're all talking the same language that can be understood across, whether we're talking internal or external to our constituents. The next work after institutional close, when we come back, we're going to start researching best practices. And as we research best practices and research our internal information on current state, we're going to perform a gap analysis. And then that gap analysis is going to lead to a proposed plan or a feasible plan that we're going to look at and determine whether or not it can be implemented. Now, remember, we said earlier, even if this plan cannot be implemented or is chosen not to be implemented, this gives us a grassroots effort to take a good hard look at what we're currently doing across KCTCS as a whole and better focus on meeting our constituents, students, workforce, all the Commonwealth needs, business and industry, and meeting those needs in a flexible delivery model that really surrounds the student for student success. So next slide, please. What you have seen and have in front of you, I believe, you also have the aligned vision document. If you're ever asked about Align and somebody says, well, hey, what really is Align? This talks a little bit about what Align is, and it talks about what a proposed model, features a proposed model should have. It also outlines the participant expectations. You know, where as we pull this information together, we're going to look at it and determine whether we all agree or not, but we're taking a good hard look at it because we have players from all across KCTCS that are working together to do this. And the new model will also have, one more down. It has key value propositions for our stakeholders. There's value propositions for our learners. There's value propositions for our KCTCS institutions. Scroll up, please. I'm sorry. There you go. Keep going. There's value propositions for our faculty. There's value propositions for our business and industry, and there's also value propositions for all constituents across the Commonwealth. So that, in a nutshell, is Align. Next slide, please. And we'll open it up for questions. We know you're going to have questions. We really appreciate the time that you've given us today to briefly go through this. And just remember, we are willing to come back and share this information with you at the March meeting. And we will continue to provide updates not only to this group, but through our strand leadership across KCTCS. So, Dr. Williams, I'll turn it back over to you and thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much. This project is supported by a generous grant from the Ascendium Education Group with administrative support from the KCTCS Foundation. And as you see, it involves faculty and staff across our colleges and system office. I know we're running very late, but I would welcome questions now, or I'm happy to receive them later from the Regents. Or if you'd like us to meet and speak with you at a different time, we're happy to do that also. And I see Regent Damaris has a question or comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. I think this is a very exciting project, and I commend the folks who are working on it, as well as the fact that it's been funded. through an external source. I'm sure that kind of funding is difficult to get and was probably, competitive. The couple of things I guess I would ask for, and this would be when you provide your next update, there are some models of thinking, particularly around the world of education and workforce development, that point in a very clear direction toward competency-based learning, competency-based models of learning, giving people credit for competencies they already have. We know that this has been pretty much ingrained for a long time from folks coming out of the military who have had substantial amounts of training in competencies, and they are given credit for that. And so I guess my question is, and maybe my assumption is that will be looked at by this project team as one of the opportunities to improve and to be a new model for learning. So the question is competency-based learning on the table? And if so, I'll wait till the next update to learn more about it, but I really just want to know if it's on the table or not.
It is. Our consultant is the head of the Competency-Based Education Network, CBEN. And so it is being done through the lens of competency-based education, to your point. And we have been perhaps unreasonably careful about the language that we're using with faculty and staff in this, because competency-based education has multiple meanings to multiple people. And so we've been talking about it in a skills lens, in other lenses, but certainly we are very focused on a competency-based path as the lens to look at all of these potential or opportunities for review in this project. To your second question, we've been working on credit for prior learning, credit for prior experience since I got in the Chancellor's office 2 years ago. We had a work group that worked last year. We have a grant project, Fallow, that is specifically focused on credit for prior learning for military experience. And then we have even a national grant opportunity out there to create, looking for funds to create a portal where any student could come and put in what they already know or already have and see what we could give them in KCTCS. While it's a very strong part of this project, it is something that quite honestly, I believe we're behind on, and we have been very focused on improving that. That work group continues. We have materials at every college, and you heard earlier Dr. Ferguson speak to the fact that they had a coordinator on credit for prior learning at that campus. That's also something that's been implemented over the last few years to work individually with students. We're looking at third-party accreditation. So if you hold a A+ certificate, does that meet the same as one of our credit classes, for example, in the IT program? So there is a lot of work going on. It's not the fastest work in the world, never as fast as we would like, but we're really pleased by how far we're moving and how much we're able to give students now, and hope to be able to give students within the next year. There's also a statewide, you'll hear about this also in March, but last year, SB 101 was passed, which requires us to have a statewide agreement with KDE and with the universities on non-dual credit, articulated credit out of programs where dual credit is not available. So there are all levels of that work going on, and I'll be happy to discuss them more in March.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Any other questions or comments for Dr. Williams? Dr. Williams, the floor is yours.
Just want to say thank you very much to Carla and Mike for that presentation. We appreciate their leadership in this project, and thank you all for the opportunity to bring it to your attention. Look forward to telling you more in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you all
Hornback.
very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hornback. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Appreciate the work you all are doing. Dr. Williams, thank you for bringing that forward. We have a couple other updates for the board. I'd like to call upon Dr. Gloria McCall to present the next item for informational purposes.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. I have a special request to ask of you and the committee members. I've been standing because I'm experiencing back pain right now since the beginning of the meeting, and I would like to request if I could give my report without video.
Of course, absolutely, Dr. McCall. Thank you for asking, but more than willing to allow that. And we hope that your back will be feeling better by tomorrow for sure.
Thank you so much. So the Student Services Report will cover several areas in the categories of enrollment. Hannah, if you could bring up the PowerPoint, please. I'm sorry. The Student Services Report will cover several areas in the categories of enrollment, recruitment, retention, financial aid, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and a few of the software platforms colleges are using to provide online student services. The world has changed in many ways none of us could have imagined. While for some, it may seem like time is standing still, but for us, the countdown to next fall continues. Now more than ever, recruiting and retaining students are among our top priorities. It's the only way our colleges can hope to recover from this year's enrollment decline and financial losses. I want you to know that our colleges are providing new and expanded strategies to support students during the pandemic to ensure they have access and are successful in achieving their goals. In the area of enrollment, a cross-functional system-wide ad hoc committee developed a strategic enrollment management model that would inform colleges' efforts to optimize enrollments, address the immediate needs of students, and also respond to local economy and workforce needs. This plan is part 2 of the KCTCS Pivot Playbook. The primary emphasis of each of the plans that were submitted focused on quantitative goals, strategies, tactics, and measurable outcomes, with a focus on the target populations before you: dual credit students, 18 to 24-year-old students, and adult students. Next slide. Aligned with increasing enrollment, the following slides you will see will focus on improved communications and software tools that have supported student access and success and career planning. Now, these products that I will be talking about have some very interesting names, but I promise you they do get the job done. First, I will provide you with an update on Radius, a customer relationship management tool. Then Signalvine, a two-way text messaging platform, followed by Starfish, a retention solution software, just to name a few of those. With the Radius software, it allows all of our recruiters across the Commonwealth and our admissions staff the ability to send targeted messages to potential students and to track that whole onboarding process. As you can see on the slide, we have successfully and still in the current process of implementing campaigns for the spring and the current fall semester that we're in. I want to focus primarily on the last highlighted bullet, which is the second by term and the spring 21 financial aid recruitment campaign. Now, this campaign focused on looking at those potential students who are not our students, let me be clear, who applied for financial aid but did not enroll at any of our KCTCS colleges. We contacted over 10,304 of those potential students, and we sent out over 20,000 emails. This realized us credit hours in the way of 2,468. Next slide, please. Now, most recently, KCTCS colleges have successfully launched Signalvine text messaging software services, which provides services in the area of financial aid, advising, and admissions. As you can see, in phase 1 of this project, all 16 colleges are implementing the phase 1 process. And then phase 2 from August to January of next year, we are anticipating all 16 colleges, but at present, only 9 colleges are utilizing the two-way text messages to prospective students. And then in the future, later in 2021, the two-way text messaging services hopefully will be made available to alumni, the Office of Alumni Affairs, and the business officers. Now, in your board report, I've provided detailed information on the student head count, the number of colleges engaged, how many students were active, and messages, more detail on the messages sent. Next slide, please. I'm going to transition to the Blackboard call center. Since 2011, the Blackboard call center continues to provide our colleges with support in 5 major areas. That is admissions, records and registration, financial aid, student accounts, and the help desk. Between the month of August and October of this year, the call center handled over 90,000 cases. And the cases are represented on the slide: phone calls, emails, live chat sessions, self-help cases. But you will notice that in the area of financial aid, questions were the top driving questions came from financial aid, which accounted for about 40% of all the calls and or cases received. Next slide, please. Again, with the Blackboard call center, we partnered with them to launch a special campaign that focused on the adult student. There were 16,000 plus applicants we flagged for Blackboard. And these students, the 16,000 adult applicants were identified. We contacted about 51% of those were contacted by our enrollment coaches. And then those adults who actually enroll were 7,418 enrolled, which ended up showing us or revealing for us approximately 46 applicant conversion rate. I really want to acknowledge the work of Blackboard's enrollment coaches in working with KCTCS staff to help us in this particular target audience. Next slide, please. GED Plus. GED Plus initiative, for those of you who are not aware, is a partnership that we have with Kentucky Skills U to co-enroll GED students at KCTCS colleges with the goal of earning a short-term certificate or to become skillfully trained in one of the 5 sector areas. This program was launched in the spring of 2019. And as you can see, the data provided there for you, the numbers are not that large, even though we know there are thousands of adults in the Commonwealth of Kentucky that do not have a GED. So we met this week, a joint team met this week to discuss ways that we can move the needle to increase the number of GED graduates while assisting students to earn a KCTCS credential. So we have decided, with leadership from both sides, we'll be looking at ways to adjust what can be done to minimize any perceived barriers and or policy adjustments to encourage this population to enroll. Now, some of you may also be familiar with the Work Ready Kentucky campaign that the governor launched last month, the latter part of November. This too is used to help drive enrollment for the adult population. Next slide, please. Starfish. Starfish is the platform KCTCS colleges employ to connect faculty, advisors, and other staff in the early alert network in order to help lift our students' retention and graduation rates. And they do that by ways of what we call progress surveys, appointments, and tracking items. Now, specifically, our fall campaign or our fall efforts resulted in over 16,000 progress surveys. And when we talk about progress surveys, simply meaning this is an opportunity that allows faculty a quick and easy way to send feedback to all students in their classes at one time during key points in the term. And these messages are also made accessible to our advisors. Appointments, there are over 9,276 appointments were made with faculty and advisors, or even with the library services. And then tracking items are also sent to students by way to remind them via flags to say these are some warnings about what's happening in the classroom, kudos, giving them positive thumbs up for good work, or referrals. And there were over 115,000 of those. These are ways that faculty, by the touch of a button, can communicate with students, large numbers of students, to help them retain and be successful. And if you could scroll down just a tad bit, you'll see the spring 2020 enrollment information. Over 15,000 students that have enrolled for the spring. We've had communication with over 10,000 of them that have connected with faculty and our staff via one of the more tracking items listed above. Next slide. In partnership with South Central Kentucky Workforce Investment Board, our colleges were introduced to a new software tool for students this fall, Kentucky Career Edge, a career and personality assessment tool that helps students to define interests, identify and match their personality strengths to jobs and employers. The toolkit within the Career Edge software provides an opportunity for students to have interview simulation. They have mock job applications to work from. It provides an e-portfolio and a resume builder to help students. And also very important is the life skills component, which provides and offers goal setting, time management, study skills, how to be an effective online learning, and how to work in teams. Now, this software is available on the college's webpage. They have access to that information and can work with their advisors to help them matriculate through the process. Now, the success and outcome of Kentucky Career Edge is being measured and tracked and will be reported out over time. Next slide, please. Kentucky has invested in a comprehensive online catalog management system designed to manage programs and course processes for colleges' workflows with easy data entry and editing capabilities. This particular software will track edits and comments, report on status, generate itemized files, and it will automatically update the student information system at the end of the process. Now, some additional benefits and features of this particular software is, of course, it is online, it is ADA compliant, it is searchable and customizable by each KCTCS college, and it allows the college to highlight specific academic programs. It is our plan and intention to go live in August, in the fall of next year. We have just begun the process, and I'm excited about the CourseLeaf online catalog and curriculum software because I believe it will revolutionize the catalog and curriculum process for KCTCS. This is a partnership with the academic side of the house, working in tandem with both staff at the college and here at the system office. So I'm excited and looking forward to provide updates perhaps next year this time on where we are with the online course catalog. Next slide. For an increasing number of our students, transferring credits are central to their academic experience, but there are often obstacles that stand in the way or slow down the process. This transfer tool that is named Smart Panda will help streamline the process to allow uninhibited mobility for transfer students. KCTCS is in the process to build transfer equivalency rules, which will automatically evaluate and award the appropriate transfer credit to students' records and transcripts. By doing this, it will ensure more timely, accurate, and consistent information is available to students and advisors, as well as help to ensure that our students do not enroll in courses for which they have already received credits, thus speeding their time to degree. This software program, again, is one that we're very excited about because it will help optimize and streamline the transfer process for both students and faculty. As you can see, the time frame for phase 1 and phase 2 are provided there on the screen. Moving on to the next slide. Additionally, the Smart Panda software that I just mentioned will also help to fully automate the reverse transfer process, which will allow the expansion of system-wide reverse transfer agreements. We are currently piloting this component via a memorandum of understanding with the University of Kentucky and the National Student Clearinghouse. We're in the process of awarding the Associate in Arts and Associate in Science degrees to former students who left KCTCS without having earned an associate degree. One of the good things about this particular, not only does it help the students, but it also improves KCTCS graduation rates because we get to count the student once they receive their certificate degree. As you can see the numbers, as we are, as I said, in the piloting stage, working through this year and next year, hopefully we will expand this with all colleges and other universities. Next slide, please. Now I will transition to a different topic, and this is diversity assessment. As you know, each year our colleges must meet their equal opportunity goals according to the Kentucky Revised Statute regulations. This regulation grants the Council on Post-Secondary Education the authority to postpone college eligibility to offer new degree programs for instructions that fail to meet their opportunity goals. I am pleased to share with you that all of KCTCS colleges automatically, for this year, are automatically eligible to offer new academic programs through June 30th of 2021. The next round of plans that must be submitted for the following year will be due to CPE on March 2021. What we do from the system office to support the colleges in this effort is to provide an opportunity for accountability meetings to help the colleges understand the requirements that are to complete their reports. We are beginning next week mock interviews with the colleges to go over their plans to ensure that once they are submitted, they have met all of the requirements, and we share information as a result of participating in regular meetings with CPE to make sure that our colleges get a positive results from their reports or plans. The next slide, if you will. Thank you. The top of the slide says advancing social justice across KCTCS. In early fall of this year, the system-wide diversity, equity, and inclusion peer team, in response to social unrest associated with systemic racism across the country, submitted a set of recommendations in the area of college culture climate, student recruitment and retention, and opportunities for faculty, staff, recruitment, professional development, and success. The reason I share this with you, I want you to know that the President's leadership team, the full President's leadership team, will be considering and has begun considering these recommendations from the diversity peer team. And we're moving forward with considering and working with the teams to ensure that some of these recommendations, especially if it's going to help drive student retention, student enrollment for the underrepresented students, minority students, students of color, we certainly want to support these efforts. Next slide. This particular slide is talking a little bit about financial aid. The Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, created under the CARES Act, was designed to assist enrolled students with expenses related to the disruption of campus operations due to the coronavirus pandemic. KCTCS was awarded $36 million, and of half of that, about half of that, yes, 17 million for student emergency grants back in March. I want to share with you some of the eligible expenses and how the funds were distributed. The eligible expenses include course materials and technology requirements needed for the transition to online instruction. It included food insecurity due to shutdown of college food pantries, housing, and other expenses such as medical, child care, and financial hardship related to the pandemic. In addition, disruption may include program term extensions, which allow for extra time to complete course-required labs and clinicals. The caveat to these funds focused on were limited to students eligible to participate in the federal funded financial aid program. If you could scroll up a little bit more, Hannah, to show the entire slide, the picture thing. Yes. So this slide shows a breakdown of how the funds were distributed and the number of students the colleges were able to serve. Again, the allocation was $17.6 million. We dispersed the entire amount. We served approximately 10,000 students, and these are the categories in which the funds were expended. As you can see, the majority was in housing, followed by food, and then course materials. And the other categories I stated before represented medical, child care, financial hardships, etc. And my last slide for this report or update is just to share a little bit about where we stand regarding the student loan cohort default rate for years 2012 through 2017. The Department of Education has recently released the final cohort default rates for federal student loans. And for the third year in a row, KCTCS has experienced a drop in the overall default rate. Most time when we say a drop, that's not good to hear, but in this case, a drop is what we want to hear. The CARES Act provided a broad relief for student loan borrowers, and students received administrative forbearance, meaning suspension of their payments due to the national emergency. Some good news that I'd like to share: no borrower is currently delinquent because of the national forbearance reset, the delinquent clock for all students who were delinquent. So for the 2018 fiscal year, the cohort default rates will be lower than historical rates. The average student loan default rate for each college will decrease by 5 to 8 percentage points. And that is something we would certainly welcome. And I would imagine that the national average will also decrease, but I want to assure you that we will remain diligent in our efforts in working with the colleges and students as appropriate to advise them about student loans and looking at other alternatives to help support their college education. I will pause here and say that it's been my pleasure to share some brief updates. I know it's been a long day, but I certainly would like to hear any questions or comments from the audience. Thank you, Chair Girdler, for allowing me to stand.
Absolutely, Dr. McCall, and thank you for pushing through the pain. Thank you for the great presentation that you've made. Regent Damaris, I believe you have a question or a comment.
Excellent presentation. Thank you, Dr. McCall. I just have one question regarding the cohort slide. Do you happen to know what the average amount of student debt a person has? So as you're tracking all the numbers, and it's great to see that the percentages are going down, about how much do these students owe on average?
If I'm not mistaken, I would say it's somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000. If Wendell is on this call, and if I'm mistaken, he certainly can let me know. But if from what I recall, it's been several years when we look at it, somewhere between 4,000 to 6,000 would be an average of what the average student would owe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments for Dr. McCall? Not seeing any. Again, Dr. McCall, thank you for the presentation. Looking forward to discussing this further tomorrow. If there are no other questions or comments, I believe we are winding this thing down. Thank you all, board members, for your patience, your time today. Dr. Williams, Dr. McCall, everyone, thank you all for your help. Ms. Duncan, thank you for your guidance. Hannah, thank you behind the scenes back there. We did catch that background photo of you and your other half. Beautiful, beautiful picture there. So congratulations again on the newborn you have as well.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments, I want to remind everyone the next meeting of the KCTCS board, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Not the board itself, but the committee will be held on March the 18th. Hopefully we will all see each other in person in Versailles on that particular day. If there are no other questions or comments, I would love to make a motion for adjournment. I would love to ask for a motion for adjournment. Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Fultz. Ms. Duncan, does it look like everyone's hands are raised?
It looks like it. Simon, do you have your hand raised? Tammy? Hand raised. Unless you want to stay. All right, it looks like we have sufficient votes to adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Thank each and every one of you all. Let the record reflect that the meeting was adjourned at 4:56 p.m.
Thank you very much.
See everyone tomorrow. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Goodbye.